Chapter 1495. A huge piece of land suddenly appeared on the barren, sandy land. It seemed to be scorched black and dark red from the high temperature. The land extended into the distance, and the protruding ground had a slight curve. The deeper it went, the higher the scorched land became. It was like a huge rock mountain that rose from the ground, but the slope was very gentle. The scorched land was a complete and huge circle, with a radius of about 2,000 miles to 3,000 miles. Yun Nua Star took a rough look at it. It was a land that was even more barren than the desert under his feet. It lacked vitality and the aura of life. Only the aura of destruction and burning lingered in this place. Gong, he found a safe place to dock the fleet, leaving behind a portion of his men and his adjutant to guard the ship. He brought a few men and took the lead to set foot on this piece of land. With a light step, he felt a wave of heat coming from the bottom of his feet, making him feel a wave of heat in his heart. This huge circular area was originally a surging zone. It was just that it had solidified and mysteriously turned into this state. There are traces of scorching in the air and land. The remaining aura did not dissipate in the air. Instead, it is mysteriously trapped in this land. Yun Nuashing squatted on the ground. His right hand grabbed a handful of soil and rubbed it in his palm. Then he threw it on the ground and raised his eyes to look ahead. This place has truly experienced a fire, and it is completely different from the desert. It is not that this desert has undergone some strange changes, and there is still a considerable amount of heat stored under the ground. If there is something flammable here that can make it burn, there will be a burst of flames that will sweep across the entire land in an instant. Perhaps we can see the scene of flames spewing out from the ground. Fire? Gong, he suddenly felt a little shocked. I heard that this burning land is 4,000 to 5,000 miles wide. What kind of fire can burn this land to such a state? And isn't this a solidified surging zone? Well, it's hard to say. I will tell you when I have a definite answer. Yun Nuashing pulled a few strands of hair. There were many answers to this question, but she could not tell which one was the real one. The solidified surging zone did not look like it when she first saw it. This place was indeed related to the surging zone. She saw the wreckage of the surging zone, something similar to the remains of the draconic vein. But the wreckage was less than 1/10 the size of this entire land. She could only say that this burning land was indeed related to the surging zone. But its predecessor should not be the surging zone. It should be something else. She had to think in a different direction. If this was a normal land, it would be difficult to cause such a degree of earth damage in this world. If she used a force 100 times stronger than Gong He's fleet to bombard the land, she could achieve the same level of destruction, blowing up a crater. But if she wanted to set this land ablaze, according to Gong He's intelligence, no one in this world had the power to do so. And there was no trace of life on this land, which ruled out the possibility that this land was once flourishing with life and then destroyed. As for the specifics, she would have to wait and see. Most of the people who set foot on this land are gathered at the front left of that huge rock. I purposely chose a place with fewer people, but there might be fewer things here. Gong, he led the way forward and said to Yun Nuashing, "It's okay. If there really is that green blood of the sand, I can find it. The smell of that scent is very easy to remember." What Yun Nuashing said, subconsciously, according to his habit, stunned Gong He. The smell of aura? The smell of energy? Does energy even have a taste? He thought for 2 seconds and finally attributed this to Yun Nuashing's unique way of saying that because she was too sensitive to energy. They might not be able to understand the saying, so they ignored it. This land was quite large. The people Gong he sent out to investigate the situation had already gone quite far. He took out a rock and asked, "How's the situation on your side? Did you find anything special?" The rock was silent for 2 seconds before replying, "Captain, I haven't found anything yet. This place is many times more desolate than the sea of sand. No matter what existed before, it has been wiped out. And here, It's a little hot. I feel like I'm walking on fire." Gong, he was stunned for a moment. He looked at Yun Nuashing strangely. The latter shrugged and said, "Right? There's still a considerable amount of heat down there. Maybe there are still flames that haven't burned out completely. You can try throwing some useless and easily flammable things on the ground. Maybe you'll see a circle of flames within 100 meters." Gong, he thought for a moment and felt that the scene would definitely be very exciting. It would definitely be very good to watch. It would definitely be like playing with fire, so he decided to forget about it. They came here in a hurry without any preparations. The energy stones they used to defend against attacks could only defend against energy and physical attacks. Like this, they might not be able to withstand it. Yun Nuashing's soul had already spread out across this land. It was desolate, lonely, and its shape was a little strange. It looked like a huge bun, except for the lack of wrinkles. This land was so desolate that it seemed like no life had ever been born here. No life had ever visited this place. It was strange. The number of life forms in this sea of sand was no less than a real sea. From the signs of sandworm armies gathering every few days to fight to the death with humans, they should be a rather large group. Why was this land, which was better than a desert, not welcomed by them? He felt that there was a problem. This was very problematic. "Captain, we found a piece of green blood of the sand. But it's probably just a fragment. It's only about the size of a finger." A report suddenly came from the communication stone. Yun Nuashing and Gong, he turned their attention. Gong, he thought for a moment and replied, "Did it grow from the ground? Or was it just left by the side of the road?" "Half of it is buried in the ground. We dug a hole about 2 to 3 meters deep here, but we didn't find any more green blood of the sand. Fill up the hole and move on. We might take another path. If we encounter danger, we have to protect ourselves." Gong, he put the communication stone aside and shook his head at Yun Nuashing. "Looks like we didn't find anything." Yun Nuashing's eyes flashed. He said, "I didn't find anything at the moment. I did find traces of green blood of the sand, but they are very small and buried 1 to 200 meters underground." When he heard that they found the green blood of the sand, Gong, he was excited. But when he heard the last 2 sentences, he was instantly stunned. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's not realistic to dig a hole 200 meters deep. Let's move on. There was another situation that Yun Nuashing didn't mention. Even if he did, Gong, he wouldn't understand. He could only communicate with the little angel. It wasn't just 200 meters deep. There were also traces of green blood of the sand in deeper or shallower places. There were some places where there was a weak energy reaction, but it was already very weak. The things there might have disappeared for a while. Disappeared, not dug away. There were no traces of man-made or insect destruction in those places. In other words, the so-called green blood of the sand disappeared into the ground on its own. It was as if it was absorbed by the earth itself, or as if it dissipated into pure energy and disappeared on its own. Yun Nuashing took out the green blood of the sand that he stole from someone and looked at it. There was no reaction. There were no signs of dissipating or dissolving in the earth. He tried to break off a piece and then threw it on the ground. Gong, he and the others were stunned when they saw his action. They took a few steps back and paid close attention to the movement of the piece that was thrown on the ground. However, there was no reaction at all. "It seems that I was thinking too much." Yun Nuashing smiled at everyone. Just as he was about to pick it up, a young man with sharp eyes and agile hands ran over to help him pick it up. However, just as he bent down and before he could touch the piece of green blood of the sand, the piece suddenly disappeared. With more than 10 pairs of eyes staring at him, the young man was also stunned. He looked at Gong He and Yun Nuashing in panic. "Captain, No, it's none of your business." Yun Nuashing waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to panic. He saw it very clearly just now, but the others probably couldn't see it. The green blood of the sand disappeared into thin air. "This is your perspective. I saw it suddenly collapse into a cloud of mist, and then directly drilled into below. The young man heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that and quickly ran back to the team. Gong, he scratched his chest and muttered, "This earth will eat the green blood of the sand? This place produces the green blood of the sand, but this place will also automatically recycle it. Is that what you mean?" Yun Nuashing shook his head. "That energy seems to be drawn down. There's probably something down there that is absorbing the energy of the green blood of the sand." The diligent young man's face turned pale when he heard that. Could it be the sandworms? Gong, his face twitched too. Yun Nuashing shook his head again. What he said made them feel very relieved. "No, there are no traces of sandworms coming or existing on this piece of burning earth. Even if it was all surging areas before, even if there were a large number of sandworms at that time, they have all moved away now." Gong, he also heaved a sigh of relief. He was wondering why there were no corpses of both parties if there were really sandworms here. Could it be that they were eaten? Yun Nuashing looked left and right, then suddenly waved her hand to change their path. "Let's go this way. If I'm not wrong, there should be an opening here that leads downwards. If we go underground, we might find out what happened." Gong, he thought for a moment and nodded. He used the communication stone to instruct the crew members who went to explore other places to be careful. Then he followed Yun Nuashing in another direction. The crew members who came along were a little scared, but they looked more excited. Looking down from the desert, this was a piece of land with an indistinct arc. But now that they were here, it was as though they were standing in a wilderness covered in scorch marks. There were no mountains, no other traces, and no arc. It was as though they were walking on another piece of land. As their group gradually went deeper, Gong He and the rest finally felt the obvious change in temperature. As they went deeper, the embers under their feet turned into a bonfire. Gong He believed without a doubt that if they went deeper, they would feel the same as if they were in a field of fire. While Yun Nuashing was searching for the passageway to the bottom, one of Gong He's crew members found a corpse on the ground. It was the corpse of a human. That crew member's scream attracted everyone's attention. Even Yun Nuashing turned to look. He didn't feel anything, but when he saw Gong He's frown, there seemed to be something else. "What? Is it someone you know?" Gong, he looked at Yun Nuashing and shook his head with a bitter smile. "No, the people I know are all in Sand City. I'm just a little surprised. This guy was killed by an energy stone attack. There's no one here to collect his body. I just didn't expect something like this to happen in a place like this. We actually encountered it." Yun Nuashing revealed a look of realization. It was another guy who had the unrealistic idea of the world being beautiful and everyone living in peace. Now that he found out that someone had died in the dark corner of the fight, he couldn't help but sigh. However, there was nothing they could do. Yun Nuashing looked away. Once upon a time, a long time ago, he also thought that in a world where everyone could barely guarantee that they would not be killed by a common threat, people should be quite harmonious with each other. Everyone should help each other and work hard to survive tomorrow. But in fact, in a world like this, the evil buried deep in people's hearts would be exposed more thoroughly than people living in a peaceful world. The situation in the spirit-gathering continent was abnormal. This was a more normal world. He was used to it and was numb to it, so he did not feel anything. At this moment, he was still focused on looking for the crypt that led to the underground. If he could not find it later, he might not open a passage himself. "All right, I found the way. Don't sigh about those things." Yun Nuashing said to Gong He, "There's a saying in my hometown, when you sigh about a certain difficult situation a certain number of times, you will also fall into that situation. It's a mysterious saying, but a few of the words are just a metaphor." Gong, he was stunned for a moment. He scratched his chest. "What am I sighing about?" Yun Nuashing was also stunned. He stopped in his tracks. "Then the thing you sighed about just now was, this." Gong, he turned his body sideways and pointed at a small grave that appeared on the ground out of nowhere. He sighed. "Sigh, this guy has nothing on him. He got lucky. Usually when we help to collect corpses, we will take away a small part of the things. Sigh, I always feel like I lost out. Yun Nuashing. This uncle, the mentality you expressed before and after your words seemed to be different. Huh? Yun Nuashing turned his head away with a face full of black lines. He let out a long sigh of relief. He should just focus on leading the way. He kept feeling that his right shoulder was a little heavy. The passage leading to the underground was located at the bottom of a small basin. It looked like a cave under a cliff. The cliff was a little short, only 4 to 5 meters high. The cave occupied a part of the ground and the cliff. It was about 4 to 5 meters in diameter. It would not be crowded even if 5 to 6 people walked side by side. As for the inside, the hot air was even more intense. The wind blowing against their faces felt like it had passed through a raging fire. They could feel that the air was dry even from 5 meters away. It was as if a group of volcanoes nearby had erupted together. Yun Nuashing reached out and knocked on the wall, gesturing that there was no problem. He then took 2 steps forward. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. Wait a minute. If you can't stand the heat, don't go in. The temperature down there is much hotter than the desert. The children of the desert are not afraid of the heat. Don't worry. We won't even frown, even if the temperature is twice as hot. Gong, he suddenly put his hands on his hips and said proudly. Yun Nuashing glanced at them and realized that they were not even sweating. He ignored them and took the lead to walk into the cave that was half on the ground. The first few dozen meters was a long and steep slope. Yun Nuashing felt that it was a little strange. This passage seemed to have been formed by something flowing through it, such as water or magma. But if it were these two, it would not have left behind such a crooked passage. But it was hard to say. After crossing a few vertical cracks, they slid along the wall that was almost completely vertical on the ground. They fell tens of meters into the ground. The road ahead was slightly less steep. However, the number of potholes and cracks that suddenly appeared increased. Everyone looked down the cracks curiously. They could not see anything as the light could not reach that far. One of the crew members threw out an illuminating energy stone out of curiosity. Everyone watched as the circular light illuminated the rock wall and fell down rapidly along the crack. When it hit the protruding spikes of the rock wall, it rolled and collided with the opposite side of the rock wall and bounced off the wall. The light also swayed along with it. In the end, the energy stone fell to the bottom. The limited light of 5 meters was not enough to illuminate anything. Don't throw things around if you have nothing to do. Energy stones are expensive. Gong, he slapped the crew member's head and lectured him. They crossed the cracks on the ground one by one and continued to walk for a while. The road ahead started to become strange. They suddenly had to climb up and jump into pits. In this dark place, even with the illumination of the energy stone, they could not see anything beyond 5 meters. Moreover, the cave was filled with gravel and pits. Everyone was frightened as they walked. One step was steady and the other was crooked. If they were not careful, they would sprain their feet. Yun Nuashing could see clearly and avoid them completely, but the people behind her, they were now walking with their backs bent. Their faces were covered in sweat, not because of the heat, but because of the difficult road. They were almost lying on the ground and touching the road as they walked. There is a huge energy reaction in front. There is a considerable amount of energy gathering in front. Be careful. Yun Nuashing suddenly reminded them. Gong, he was nervous at first, but then he relaxed slightly. A huge energy gathering area. Could it be the core area of the surging zone wreckage? Well, it's not completely impossible. But no matter what area it is, there might be a huge amount of green blood of the sand inside. I smell a very strong scent. Yun Nuashing narrowed her eyes and said. The diligent young man suddenly took a deep breath. The movement was so loud that even Yun Nuashing was stunned. When she turned around, she saw him breathing in the dust in the cave. He immediately coughed violently. The group could not help but laugh. After a while, he asked with his red nose and eyes in confusion, "Why can't I smell anything?" Yun Nuashing laughed dryly. It was rare to see such an honest young man these days. Our senses are different. I have a special way to determine it. I can recognize it, but you can't. Well, that's what I mean. After walking for about half an hour, the tunnel in front of them suddenly opened up. Suddenly, a huge light came from the corner of the dark cave. Everyone looked at each other and stepped forward a little. After crossing the last distance, they all turned their heads in unison. Then they all took a deep breath. What appeared in front of them was a magnificent field of energy crystals. Well, that's it. That was all they could see at first glance. If they had to describe it in detail, the space in front of him was a huge underground cavern. The walls of the cavern, from top to bottom, were all cyan blue. The entire underground cavern was a huge piece of cyan blood made of sand. There were stalactites and crystal clusters hanging from the top of the cavern. They were 10-meter-long cyan energy crystals. Countless energy radiances were flickering in this huge underground cavern. It was as if some kind of light was running in this cavern by itself. However, this kind of color wasn't particularly beautiful. Instead, it was a bit muddy. The energy crystals that were supposed to be very beautiful became, because of this muddy light, it gave him an indescribable bad feeling. Oh, Bowman and the others were dazzled. They had never seen a more gorgeous scene. Such a scene was already too gorgeous in their eyes. The light that filled the entire cavern, the beautiful blue light, at this moment, countless images suddenly appeared in their minds. Mountains of energy stones, more powerful weapons, more powerful fleets, a brighter future, and so on. Then the same voice echoed in their minds. Oh, this is all money. Well, they actually said it out loud. Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. He could not help but smile bitterly. Damn it, he felt something else. Thanks to them gathering together, he could clearly feel something. The little angel sensed the change in his mood and added, Oh, this is the taste of the plot. Yun Nuashing. He almost broke his silence. Chapter 1496. In the huge crystal cave, the cyan light with a heavy aura settled in the bright cave. The cyan energy crystals that fell from the ceiling shattered on the ground and slowly melted into the crystal layer below. A moment later, they turned into protruding stones and condensed on the ground. The cyan sand blood outside seemed to turn into gas and condense again here. Just as Gong, he said, this was the core of the cyan sand blood. Yun Nuashing was the first to walk into the crystallized land. Gong, he and the rest followed behind him at a distance of 5 meters. The group of people's footsteps were very clear, as if they were walking on some kind of fragile gemstones. Every time they stomped on the ground, they could even see the ground flashing with light. The group looked around at the beautiful scene. Their vision was occupied by the cyan light shining from all directions. They could barely see the road under their feet. The diligent young man ran to a 2-meter-tall crystal pillar under the signal of his companions. He gritted his teeth and hugged the crystal pillar with all his might. The energy crystal that seemed to be firmly embedded in the ground creaked under the young man's strange strength. The edge of the crystal began to crack. Yun Nuashing heard the sound and turned around to take a look. He did not stop them. However, when he turned around, he suddenly had a different feeling. He began to walk backwards into the depths. From a new perspective, he felt that this huge underground cave had a different smell. It was like, what was it again? When he reached the center of the cave, Yun Nuashing suddenly realized that the entire huge crystal cave was a bit like a huge eggshell. He was standing in the middle of the eggshell and observing the inside of the eggshell. Based on this conjecture, the so-called cyan sand blood might be the blood of the creature in this eggshell. But it was just a random thought. There was no breath of life here. There was no life that he defined as life here. They were the first group of people to set foot here. He suddenly stopped. What if the creature got rid of all its breath of life? It could not be helped. The word blood gave him a very strong feeling. It made him think that he was standing in someone else's hotbed, inside someone else's eggshell. From a human's perspective, he might be standing in someone else's mother's womb. Hiss! The more he thought about it, the stranger it felt. Why do I feel like this is the nest of a huge creature? What does the inside of an eggshell look like? Gong, he suddenly spoke. The crew members who were collecting the green blood of the sand were stunned when they heard this. They looked around carefully and shuddered violently. Then they quickly nodded. Yun Nuashing could not help but smile bitterly. It seemed that he was not the only one who had this kind of intuition. Everyone who came here had this kind of feeling. Could this really be some kind of gigantic creature, like the nest of a sandworm that we've never seen before? Gong, he whispered to Yun Nuashing. For now, I haven't found any signs of life here. So, there's a 70% chance that our guesses are wrong. The other 30% is that the creature is too good at hiding. Even I can't find it. Yun Nuashing said with a shrug. His personal feeling was more inclined towards another kind, which was the kind he had thought at the beginning. The so-called green sand blood might be something similar to the wreckage of a drained dragon vein and some kind of mutated power of law. Moreover, seeing the green sand blood gathered here, the degree of accuracy of this guess in his heart soared by several levels. The only thing he was not sure about was that he did not understand this so-called surging area. It was not like the dragon vein, where the wreckage would leave behind a huge crystal body similar to a dragon core. It was filled with the purest energy. Looking at the crew members collecting the cyan sand blood as if they were digging bamboo shoots, Yun Nuashing's cheeks trembled. We still have to climb up later. Don't carry too much weight. It's okay. Gong, he smiled and waved his hand. He shook a blue energy stone. There was a little brown in the center of the energy stone. We have a lot of space stones with us. We'll stop when they're full. We won't collapse this place. Yun Nuashing noticed that when the crew members were collecting the cyan sand blood with the space stones, the brown in the center of the stone would spread a little. It was probably a sign that the space inside the stone was being used. When he saw the space stones, he was a little confused. The power of this world was too strange. Flying was still a problem for them, but these people had already mastered part of the power of space. Using the power of space to store objects was much harder than using the power of space to smash people. Logically speaking, with their talent in this area, it should not be difficult for them to fly. After thinking for a while, Yun Nuashing felt that it was useless to think about this topic. He shook his head and turned his attention away. He placed his hand on a crystal pillar that was more than 10 meters above the ground. He used the pillar's energy to sense the entire underground cavern. Then he was slightly stunned. There was a weak energy resonance in this underground cavern caused by a huge amount of energy. This feeling seemed to come from deeper underground. The resonance in the cavern they were in was just child's play compared to the other energy resonances. In other words, there was an even larger amount of cyan sand blood in the depths of the underground cavern. The energy resonance spread throughout the entire underground cavern. The resonance of energy caused the ground to vibrate in a regular manner. It was very slight and difficult to detect. There was also a response from deeper underground. If he guessed correctly, a considerable part of the underground cavern should belong to this burning earth. Moreover, the entire earth was in the shape of a sphere. As soon as this sphere idea appeared, it made him think of many things. Many unreliable ideas surged into his mind. At this moment, he was trying his best to put them aside so that he would not wander into another void. The weak energy resonance was not very strong. It could not even be considered as an itch. No, correction, it was nothing to him. However, for Gong, he and the other life forms in this world, it was not good for them to be immersed in this kind of energy resonance environment for a long time. Now that he was here, the rules and order automatically repelled the influence of the energy field here on them. Don't come to this place next time, Yun Nuashing said softly. Gong, he and the others were stunned. He scratched his chest in confusion and asked why. Yun Nuashing squatted down and pressed her hand on the ground. She explained softly, the amount of green sand blood in this cavern is unusually large. Their energy is resonating with itself. For ordinary people, if they stay in this kind of energy resonance environment for more than a certain period of time, their bodies will produce an unusually strong rejection reaction. First, you will feel that your body is a little out of your control. Then you will realize that your thoughts will slow down, your body will become heavy, and your body's functions will weaken rapidly. Your entire body will become weak. Then your internal organs will be assimilated into these crystals bit by bit in this energy. Finally, your entire body will turn into these crystals bit by bit from the inside out, or it will directly rot away, leaving nothing behind. The slightly serious explanation made everyone's faces turn pale. When they saw the green sand blood in their hands, their faces turned even paler. They hurriedly shook their hands and threw them all away. They even had the thought of retreating in their hearts. Yun Nuashing waved her hand to calm everyone down and said, "It won't be so serious for a while. Moreover, such a reaction will only occur when such a large amount of green sand blood gathers together and resonates. You can still collect at ease for now. When the time is almost up, I will inform you. Set aside about an hour to start retreating." However, this underground cavern was really empty. Forget about the fact that it was formed by the green sand blood. Most of the internal volume was empty. It was no wonder that everyone felt that it was like the inside of a huge egg. There was only one entrance to this cavern. At present, she had not found the passage to go deeper. She did not know if they had to break through the wall to continue going deeper. Yun Nuashing casually broke off a thumb-sized piece of green sand blood and threw it into her mouth. She swallowed it without chewing. Bah, it's disgusting. There are so many ways to identify the energy. Why do you want to swallow it in one bite? It's faster this way. Yun Nuashing licked his lips. The unpleasant taste lingered in his mouth and made him feel a little uncomfortable. It was as if he had eaten inferior herbs, mixed with mud and mud. If it were someone else, they would have found a place to squat down. The mixed power of the rules is not particularly large. And what is this? Yun Nuashing frowned. The energy in her body began to surge. Little bits of light gathered from all corners of her body to her throat. Then she opened her mouth and spat it into her palm. It was an oval, blood-red crystal only 2 centimeters tall. There was a very bright light in the center of the crystal. It looked like an eyeball. Can you not be so disgusting? The little angel felt nauseous. Oh, she did not have a stomach. Anyway, she felt a little disgusted. So what is this thing? It's a condensation of non-order energy. It's not a crystal. The energy inside has been completely silent. It can't be called an energy crystal. Yun Nuashing looked at it and threw it into his mouth. The little angel opened her mouth and made a retching gesture. She quickly covered her eyes with her jade-like hands. She could not stand it anymore. Although they were all pure energy life forms, she still felt a little disgusted. She ate it and spat it out, then ate it again. What kind of operation was this? It's a little like the energy of the abyssal death mist. No, it should be the abyssal death mist. This non-order energy is almost exactly the same, but it seems to be distorted. Yun Nuashing analyzed the energy condensation. The result that he subconsciously said stunned himself. Distorted? The abyssal death mist is distorted? The expression on the little angel's face turned serious. Are you sure you're not mistaken? After 100 million years of battle and research, they had come to an unchanging conclusion. The abyssal death mist could be destroyed, devoured, and purified. Diluted, it could be turned into a cloud. Concentrated, it could be turned into a viscous liquid. But there was no way to make it change. Just like Yun Nuashing's element of annihilation. It might have its own form, or it might not have a definite form. but it would not be distorted into another form by other forces. Yun Nuashing carefully sensed for a while. She nodded and said in a firm tone, "My result is correct. The green blood of the sand is slowly distorting the abyssal death mist, making it inert and harmless." Hearing this, the little angel suddenly thought of something else. "Didn't you just say that there are several holes formed by the green blood of the sand in this burning land? When they gather together, they will resonate. The energy of the resonance will affect the surrounding scene. Could it be that it is purifying this burning land, and this land itself is actually the condensation of the abyssal death mist?" This statement gave Yin Nuashing a shock. "Damn, this is really possible. I just compared it, the aura of the distorted abyss death mist that was just extracted and the aura of the burning earth is 20% similar. Maybe the burning earth is a more perfect situation." The little angel followed this train of thought and said, "So the green blood of the sand is almost invisible in the outer layer of the land. Because the purification has been completed, the green blood of the sand will return to this place and continue to purify the deep land." Yun Nuashing frowned. "It is completely possible, and I can't find a way to refute it at the moment." He carefully looked down at the appearance of the entire burning land. He could see through the entire land that was enveloped by the desert from the outside. Then he was stunned for a moment. He quickly looked for Gong He. "Have you heard of the saying that the cloud lantern at night is red?" Cloud lantern was the name of the moon in this world. They were still used to calling it the moon, but in this world it had another name. It was better to be clear with the people of this world. Gong, he was slightly stunned. His eyes showed that he was thinking and recalling. "This strange saying seems to be a saying from 1,000 years ago. I heard that the cloud lantern at that time was red, but now the cloud lantern at night looks like a strange scene of raging flames. If it wasn't for the dim light, we might have thought it was the second sun. 1,000 years ago," Yun Nuashing whispered as he twirled his hair. He saw the little angel looking at him curiously in his soul. He explained, "This burning land is a sphere with a radius of 2,000 to 3,000 miles, a celestial body that should be hanging in the sky. No one knows why it fell to the ground. Maybe it was because of the abyss death fog, so it wasn't crushed into pieces and turned into a star ring. Instead, it fell to the ground in one piece. It didn't even break apart. Then it might have crashed into a surging area 1,000 years ago. In the end, all the energy in that surging area drilled into this celestial body. It took 1,000 years to turn it into this celestial body. Was there a large-scale war 1,000 years ago?" Yun Nuashing immediately regretted asking Gong He this question, based on how backward the transmission of information in this world was. Even if an apocalyptic war had really been discovered 1,000 years ago, it probably would not have been passed down. Yes, it happened 1,000 years ago. If there was a particularly large-scale war, it could only be that war called the War of the Fallen Moon. "Gong," he immediately answered. Yun Nuashing was stunned. There really was such a war, and it was called the War of the Fallen Moon. Could it be that the celestial body under their feet was the moon that was destroyed 1,000 years ago? What was the exact situation? Oh, that's hard to say. Gong, he smiled bitterly. The beginning and end of that war were abnormally chaotic. It was so chaotic that it couldn't be investigated. It wasn't even sorted out specifically. I only heard that the war ended with a huge object called Moon being destroyed. It was said that it was the cloud lantern that we can see at night. Its predecessor was called Moon. Yun Nuashing was stunned. As Gong he spoke, he tried to recall what he could use as a topic of conversation. Seeing his reaction, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. "You can't be serious, right? Haha, that must be a lie. Let me tell you, although the cloud lantern is hanging in the sky, it's actually very, very far away from us. Even if we drove a boat straight to the cloud lantern, it would take 1 or 2 years to reach it. The furthest attack that we can use with our most powerful energy stones is not even 1/10,000th of this distance. How can we possibly destroy the cloud lantern? It's all nonsense. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but smile bitterly. He really wanted to tell Gong He that it might not be nonsense because what they were stepping on might be the moon from 1,000 years ago. However, considering that it would be very complicated and there would be many problems to explain, and considering that he was a little lazy and didn't want to waste too much saliva, he didn't say it out loud. Let's not talk about the mysterious battle of the fallen moon from 1,000 years ago, and let's not talk about how the people at that time were crazy enough to destroy the moon. However, according to Gong He, it was almost the same as killing a pest. It was a good thing, so he didn't mention that either. He was more concerned about how to get down there. After resonating with the green blood of the sand for a while, he felt that there was something strange in an area below. The strange feeling was mixed with the aura that he hated the most in his life. It was also mixed with the aura of life that would not be good if something like this happened. There was something down there, and it was being scanned by a few large green blood of the sand gathering area. He was very curious. As the saying went, curiosity could make a god kill a group of mortals, so Yun Nuashing's mind was filled with strange thoughts. He looked back at Gong He and said, I might have found a way to go deeper. The energy resonance situation below may be more serious. However, you have 2 hours. If you start retreating after 2 hours, you still have time. Do you still want to continue going forward? If it's not long, then let's go. Before Gong He could finish his sentence, Yun Nuashing walked forward on his own. Gong He was stunned. He quickly waved his hand and signaled everyone to follow him. They continued to go deeper into the underground cavern. The deeper they went, the larger and thicker the green blood of the sand became. The size of the cavern was really beyond their imagination. The deeper they went, the green-blue energy crystals could be used as mirrors. Yun Nuashing found the entrance to the underground cavern. He slapped a 2-meter-thick pillar away. After digging for a while, a 3-meter-wide pit appeared on the ground. He took a look inside and then jumped in. He disappeared in an instant. Wow, that's a slippery. Seeing Yun Nuashing's figure disappear with a swoosh, leaving only a scream with an echo, Gong He and the others hurried over nervously. After a long time, they finally heard the word "pa" at the end echoing in their ears. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Come down. There's no problem, but you have to be mentally prepared before you come down. When Gong He and the rest heard the sound, they quickly jumped down the slope. The group of people quickly slid through the dark space. When their line of sight found the light source, just as they were about to see the space clearly, they saw Yun Nuashing's body emitting light, illuminating the underground space. However, it was fine if he did not illuminate the area. There seemed to be green blood of the sand in front of them. How is it? Is there anything special? Gong, he moved closer to Yun Nuashing and looked around vigilantly. In front. Yun Nuashing pointed forward. Gong, he took a few steps forward. Suddenly he was stunned. He heard some unpleasant sounds. It was the sound of some kind of carapace, arthropod, and some kind of hard object rubbing against each other. It made his teeth itch and goosebumps appear all over his body. Could that sound be, it's that Mo Fei? Yun Nuashing nodded calmly. And it's an enhanced version. It's probably 7 to 8 times stronger than the ones you've dealt with before. Bottom line, that's just the bottom line. The Sandworm Army, although they were small in size, each of them had a weak reaction from the Abyss Death Mist. Compared to the sandworms Gong He and the others had dealt with before, these sandworms in front of them were probably comparable to the sandworms living in the surging area. After listening to Yun Nuashing's calm explanation, Gong He thought for a while and decided to faint. Curiosity can't kill a god, but it can kill a group of mortals who follow him, the little angel said calmly. Chapter 1497. Looking at those big worms up close, there was an inexplicable sense of oppression. It was probably because even the smallest sandworm was 3 to 4 meters tall. It was very normal for them to be afraid of creatures that were larger than them, especially those that were still living under the constraints of the rules. This was even more normal. In the dim tunnel, there was only a blue light coming from the front. A crunching sound that made one's ears and teeth itch echoed in their ears. It was like the sound of something rubbing against something else. Sharp teeth scraping against bone. Blunt knives cutting rotten wood. Looking through the blue light, they saw a large army of strange-looking bugs and unknown creatures. Although they were all called sandworms, Yun Nuashing was used to classifying them according to his understanding. If he really wanted to talk about bugs, only 1/3 of the creatures in front of him were in the shape of bugs, and the remaining 2/3 were all grotesquely shaped things. Those big bugs were squeezed inside the underground cavern made by the green blood of the sand. Their huge bodies collided and rubbed against each other, and there was not even an empty space to be found. A large number of sandworms were even squeezing and pushing upwards. Although they were only 3 to 7 meters tall, the wall of sandworms that appeared in front of them was about 20 to 30 meters high. There were 4 to 5 layers stacked up from top to bottom. If the nest made by the green blood of the sand was not hard enough, the army of sandworms would have poured out like a flood. Oh, my ancestors! Gong! He looked at the scene in front of him, and his face turned green. Although his face was green, and he felt a little nauseous, and his legs were weak, he forced himself to continue to observe the situation in front of him. They seemed to be doing something in there. They seemed to be destroying something. Destroying something? Yun Nuashing raised his eyebrows. He was going to ignore this place and continue to move on to the other green blood of the sand caverns. But Gong He's observation with his experience made him a little interested. Do sandworms have any destructive tendencies? Like they like to destroy something? That's hard to say. In the desert, if we don't kill them, they kill us. The things they are tearing apart will only hinder them from building their nests. For example, our buildings and our sand cities. There are a few sand cities that block the paths of some tribes during their seasons. Every year, there will be 1 or 2 large-scale attacks, said Gonghi. Yun Nuashing's eyes flashed. The things they were destroying and removing were not their things. After being stimulated by the weak death mist of the abyss, if they still had thoughts, they would have entered a state of madness. Their desire to destroy and vent their power would be magnified countless times. Forget it. Anyway, there should be something in there. He was suddenly a little interested. Let's stretch our limbs and get ready to go in. Yun Nuashing said softly. The energy on his body began to surge, turning into circles of barriers that enveloped Gong, he, and the others. This energy can protect you from being attacked. It's indestructible, so don't worry about it and fight. These 2 sentences scared Gong, he and the others so much that their faces turned pale. However, the existence of the energy barrier did give them a little sense of security. They tried to use normal attacks and found that they couldn't even leave a mark on the energy barrier. The sense of security increased by a lot. Then they began to prepare their own energy stones and weapons. This time, they didn't have the help of the ship. They could only rely on their own means and strength. When Yun Nuashing saw that they were ready, he took the lead and rushed towards the blue wall. A magic circle appeared in front of his arm. As he punched the wall, a power that was like a comet colliding with the moon suddenly erupted. The blue wall and the thousands of sandworms were blown away. The power of the magic circle suddenly erupted and formed a storm, blowing the army of sandworms that was supposed to pour down into the hole. At the same time, the power of the magic circle also blew a large group of sandworms to death. The sound of the energy explosion reverberated through the ground like thunder. The energy explosion instantly added several colors to the blue hole. The deafening hisses of the sandworms were accompanied by the sound of the energy colliding and destroying. The sandworms who had their brains fried were still dizzy and had yet to react. Meanwhile, Yun Nuashing had already torn a huge crack 100 meters wide in the army of sandworms, almost reaching the other end of the underground hole. Gong, he and the rest were stunned. Gong, he and the rest looked at the weapons in their hands. Gong, He and the rest dashed into the 100-meter-wide crack. The army of sandworms ran past them, ignoring their existence. "Captain, do we really have to fight?" The diligent young man said straightforwardly. His face was filled with shock and fear. "His power is enough to rival the strongest fleet." Everyone hurriedly nodded. The earth-shattering scene in front of them was too frightening. When immortals fought, mortals retreated. If they were to get involved, even if they had an energy barrier, they would probably be knocked out of their minds by any of the forces inside. Gong, he turned around and glared at them. Then he grabbed his energy stone weapon and followed behind Yun Nuashing. There were 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, 3 layers above and 3 layers below. The sandworms formed a wall in front of them. Yun Nuashing had yet to see what was in the center of their encirclement. She only vaguely sensed another aura belonging to order. However, she still needed to move a little before she could get there. Just then, the sandworms regained their senses. After losing nearly 1/10 of their power, they finally recalled their brains that were fried by the power of the death mist. They finally discovered Yun Nuashing's existence. Then, in the next second, the army of sandworms, insects, fish, and plants that blotted out the sky and covered the earth charged fearlessly at the tiny human. Then, in an instant, they were blasted into the wall opposite the underground cave by a completely unreasonable force. Because the space was narrow and the geology here was quite fragile, Yun Nuashing did not use a powerful energy attack. He was afraid that a large-scale energy attack would blast all the insects here, along with the land and the things they surrounded and destroyed, and then everyone on the ground and underground would be crushed to death by this heavy land, or they would be crushed to death by its energy first. Sometimes, if the power is too strong, it will be troublesome to deal with small things. Yun Nuashing complained to the little angel in her heart. She could not help but sigh. It was like digging a hole to plant a tree. Others would dig a hole about a foot deep, but she had blasted a hole big enough to stuff a planet into. The standard of this power did not match the standard. She was making a mountain out of a molehill. A lot of crackling sounds, accompanied by bursts of powerful energy bombardments and explosions, echoed in the underground cave. The broken bones and remains of the sandworm army slammed against the wall, fell on their own sandworms, and smashed against the ceiling. A mass of flesh and blood with a mysterious purple liquid stuck to the ground and twitched. Yun Nuashing was so focused on killing that he did not notice these disgusting things. But Gong, he and the others who were helping to clean up some of the enemies behind saw it clearly. Their faces were as green as a grassland. In the past, when they dealt with these enemies, they were on the ship. The more powerful energy attacks, the more they would turn the sandworms into ashes. Basically, they would not leave these broken limbs and flesh behind. Now that they saw these things up close, it was quite vomiting. A few of the young men could not stand it and began to retch. This had nothing to do with courage at all. It was just too disgusting. It's just like the sandworm quagmire. Looking at the scene in front of him, Gong he could not help but say, God knows how many sandworms are like the swamp in the forest, squeezing towards them like a living quagmire. Their huge bodies rode the waves of sand and rolled towards them layer by layer. He could not see many of those bug-like things. Those that could be called worms were almost all dead. The remaining ones were some weird creatures in the sea of sand. Fathead fish with 7 heads, sea snakes with tentacles like an octopus, and various other mutated mystical creatures. Their attacks would smash a lot of sand. Due to the large number of sandworms, there were already a few small sand dunes here. Gong he could not help but wonder if these things ate the sand and spit it out now. The abyssal death shroud spawns were brainless energy life forms, and those that were tainted by the abyssal death shroud's power would not have a good brain. Depending on the degree of the abyssal death shroud's corruption, they would either lose the ability to think altogether. What Yun Nuashing wanted to say was that he was already very familiar with these things. All of them were charging at him without regard for their own lives. They did not fear death. did not know fear, and did not know how to think. Unlike the army he faced outside Sand City a few days ago, where he only needed 2 blasts of energy to wipe them out, these sandworms that had been tainted by the abyssal death shroud's power and were in the process of evolving in the prison of the green blood of the sand did not know fear. They charged at him in a suicidal manner, like waves crashing at him. "I'm going to throw up everything I ate a few days ago." Little Angel used his perspective to look at this hellish scene of flesh and blood flying everywhere. Her pretty face turned pale and green. Fortunately, she was an energy life form and did not have a stomach. However, for her to be able to look at this scene that made her extremely uncomfortable, she was also very masochistic. This is troublesome. Yun Nuashing let out a long breath. Energy gathered in his hand to form a 10-meter-long white great sword. He raised the great sword and slashed it forward. Boom! It was unknown what level of energy had struck the ground, causing an earthquake of unknown magnitude. In any case, when Gong, he, and the others saw the great sword, they were already stunned. They were too stunned to react. At this moment, the ground undulated like the surface of the sea. The earth's crust undulated up and down as if they were surfing on the waves. The group of people were jolted 4 to 5 meters into the air by the tremor. The group of people were waving their arms and legs in the air as they screamed in fear. When they landed on the ground, it was the thin layer of energy barrier that supported them, preventing them from falling to the ground. However, the sandworms didn't have the same treatment. Just from the energy tremor just now, a large portion of them had disappeared. The explosion of energy in front of the great sword had created a fan-shaped crack that stretched from 10 to 100 feet wide. Everything in front of them had disappeared completely. The sandworms that were jolted to the ground were now twitching. They were all about to die from the heavy blow. I hate things like numbers the most. No matter how many come, they will all die. It's basically useless except to disgust the enemy mentally. Yun Nuashing waved the great sword in his hand and turned it back into energy and dissipated. He looked at the sandworm army that was lying on the ground and could not stand up again and yawned. As he spoke, he thought of the abyssal death mist. That thing was definitely an exception. Behind the huge number of sandworms was an even more disgusting swarm that used the real void as its energy source. The huge number of sandworms was so huge that they could easily destroy the entire 8 elements realm. Gong, he patted his aching butt and stood up. He wiped the weapon in his hand that looked like a combination of a sword, a spear, and a trident. As he walked towards Yun Nuashing, he asked, "Are you done?" "These sandworms, they can't stand up. The energy of the sand green blood is purifying them. They have lost all their strength." Yun Nuashing said as he stretched out his foot and kicked a 4 to 5 meter long sandworm beside his foot. The sandworm wriggled on the ground and showed no signs of standing up. After cleaning up the underground cavern, Yun Nuashing walked towards the place where the sandworm army had first surrounded. At this moment, there were only 2 or 3 miles left of the dozens of miles of journey as they sprinted all the way. After everyone packed up, they easily arrived there. Then, the thing that the sandworm army had surrounded appeared in front of them. To be precise, they had already noticed this huge thing before, but now they could see it clearly at a close distance. It was a huge blue pillar that connected the upper and lower ends of the underground cave. It was probably more than 1,000 meters tall. Near the 2 ends, the pillar turned into a whirlpool that connected the 2 ends of the ground. The surging energy made the whirlpool look like it was rotating. The pillar was like a very exquisite energy sculpture. For some reason, Gong He and the others felt that the thing looked very familiar, making them feel very relaxed. Even though there was a pile of sandworms that could not move lying around them, they still relaxed in an instant. Yun Nuashing noticed Gong He and the others' relaxation and could not help but look at the pillar. The pillar was about 2 feet in diameter. Its size was not very big in this huge cave. He only saw it clearly halfway through the fight. It contained an unusually rich power of the natural order. It was the power of the natural order of this world. That was why Gong He and the others relaxed when they saw it. It was a power and aura that originated from the same source, just like how the native life forms of the celestial realm behaved and relaxed in front of Hui. As for its original form, it should still be the sand green blood. This is the core of the prison that imprisoned the death mist in the abyss. Yun Nuashing walked forward and stood at the bottom of the whirlpool. He reached out and touched the huge sand green blood. His eyes flashed. This core was really similar to the situation of the dragon vein in the celestial realm. It contained pure energy that contained part of the natural order. It was condensed and limited according to special rules. Similarly, there was a core at the center. Yun Nuashing waved his hand at Gong He and the others, indicating that they did not need to come up. Then he pretended that he could not fly and jumped 1 to 200 meters high. He stuck close to the pillar and moved towards the center of it. However, this scene made Gong He and the others feel even more horrified. This thing has been attacked by sandworms. Look, there are many marks left on it. The soft voice of the little angel rang in Yun Nuashing's mind, causing him to turn his gaze. The middle section of the pillar was no longer as smooth and flat as before. Instead, it was full of bumps and bumps. There were some shallow marks that were 2 to 3 meters wide. If one were to zoom in and see the marks deeper, one would think that it was a huge bite mark. However, these marks were not visible at the bottom. The reason why the sandworms gathered here was not just because they were squeezing together. They were trying to attack the middle section of the pillar, where the core of the green blood of the sand was located. Wow, it's too horrible to look at. The little angel could not help but exclaim when she saw that the number of bumpy marks, bite marks, and scratches on the pillar increased as they got closer to the center. I don't know how long they have been gnawing on it, but they still haven't smashed this place. It seems that the sand green blood has a certain suppressive effect on them. Yun Nuashing asked curiously. If the strength of those sandworms was converted, it was enough to slowly smash Gong He and the others' fleet into pieces. Moreover, the fleet was stronger than the pure energy stone, like the sand green blood. However, the sandworms could not kill the sand green blood. It was unknown whether it was because of the suppressive effect or because the sand green blood suppressed their own strength while suppressing the power of the abyss death mist. Yun Nuashing stopped near the center. He casually reached out his hand and smashed a hole in the pillar in front of him. He reached his hands into it and searched for a while. Then he took out a green energy crystal that was about 1 foot long. It was not regular and could be considered a sphere of pure green energy. While he was examining it, the little angel suddenly said, "This thing smells a little familiar. It smells a little like Yuan Kong and me. This thing is of the same race as you?" Yun Nuashing was shocked. The little angel rolled her eyes at him and shook her head. "It's just that the aura on this thing is a little similar to ours. I think the one who created this thing is very likely," Yun Nuashing nodded. "The one who created this thing was basically the chaotic consciousness of this world. He did not know if it had taken shape or not." Thinking of this, his expression suddenly became very strange. The consciousness of this world was fighting against the abyss death mist? At least, that was what he saw at the moment. This core, this green blood of the sand, had a weak suppressive and distorting effect on the abyss death mist. These huge underground caverns were actually cages and energy sources. They existed to purify the abyss death mist. This was very interesting. So far, the abyss death mist creatures created by the underworld. Number 1, the little angel, was abducted by him. Number 2, Yuan Kong, felt that they were up to no good and sneaked away. Then he followed the senses of the same race to find the little angel. Now this guy, who was probably number 3, whose consciousness was probably still in a state of confusion, had already started to fight against the abyss death mist. Well, all these things created by these guys did not like them. This sounded very exciting. A family was bound to have internal strife. When the door was closed, the whole family would be annihilated. As the saying goes, do not do things more than 3 times. How could the underworld be so unlucky? If it was not for the fact that the world of order was in an absolute disadvantage, he would have sympathized with them. However, this did not constitute a reason for them to recklessly look for it. A strange and dangerous thing that suddenly broke into someone else's home, even if it was a consciousness of the world, would still have a vigilant mentality, saying that the abyss, death mist, and the underworld are the common enemy, obviously did not make it trust them, even if they had just killed the sandworms with the power of the abyss, death mist right under its nose. However, this thing has the power to suppress and distort the abyss, death mist. Yun Nuashing looked down at the core of the green blood of the sand in her hand. Her eyes flashed. She looked up at the sky and said to herself, I'll borrow it for a while. I'll return it to you when the time comes. Don't worry, the trash has been cleaned up. Maybe it's just as you said. Something good might happen when something unexpected happens. Maybe we can really find the key to turning the tide of this war. Yun Nuashing sighed to the little angel. Hearing that, the little angel curled her lips. That's because you forced the plot to happen. It has nothing to do with me. Yun Nuashing was speechless. This brat is not going to let go of the words, force the plot, is she? Chapter 1498. Boom! This was the umpteenth time. Yun Nuashing expressed that he was not very clear why every turn of events had to be marked by a loud noise. Perhaps this was the will of heaven. Perhaps this matter had been forced to the point where it could cause a huge physical sensation wherever he went. Perhaps it was because he had gained a strange talent. Other than himself, Gong He and the others, the only ones who could cause such a huge commotion in this huge underground cavern, were the sandworms that came from who knows where. He could still hear the screams of Gong, He, and the others. However, Yun Nuashing was not in a hurry. Even if he did not rescue them for a while, they would be fine. After all, the energy barrier could withstand the impact of the world's explosion. Well, it was just a small energy barrier. He did not feel anything wrong with it at all. With this thought in mind, Yun Nuashing calmed down. He slowly processed the core of the green blood of the sand in front of him. He wrapped it with the power of order and stabilized it bit by bit. If he rashly moved the core away before he finished processing it, its energy would slowly dissipate. When the energy dissipated to a certain extent, it would boom! Why was there a noise again? Suddenly, Yun Nuashing felt something touching his back. He thought it was Gong, He, and the others. Without turning his head, he said, all right, stop howling. You won't die anyway. Hold on a little longer. I'll come and help you after I'm done with this thing. At first, the little angel did not feel anything was wrong. He was also focused on stabilizing the core bit by bit with his energy. Then, about 5 to 6 seconds later, both of them were stunned. That's not right. The sound came from so far away, and Gong He and the others don't seem to know how to fly. The two people looked at each other. Then Yun Nuashing turned around and was stunned. A strange black creature that looked like a long snake with an ugly coxcomb on its head. The coxcomb had dozens of tentacles that looked like seaweed. It also had a big chin and a pair of 10-meter-long golden-red eyes narrowed slightly. The man and the snake stared at each other. TSK, evildoer, take my sword. Yun Nuashing reflexively drew out the Netherworld Ruin Sword. Since he was still in a state of shock, he used a little more energy. By the time the snake reacted, he had already swung his sword. Buzz! The long snake was scared out of its wits by his sudden sword strike. The antennae on the coxcomb on its head all stood up, and its huge body suddenly burst out with a brilliant and dazzling light, causing Yun Nuashing to be shocked. That power, that aura was... The sudden burst of light caused Yun Nuashing's movements to slow down for a moment. Taking advantage of the moment when he was caught off guard and slowed down, the huge monster snake quickly turned around and entered the brilliant light it emitted. Its huge body disappeared without a trace in an instant. Yun Nuashing was stunned once again. What's going on? Yun Nuashing stared blankly at her surroundings with a nether void sword in her hand. The little angel sat up straight in the spiritual world. Her pretty face was solemn. That's the power of divine right, the power of the rules. And it's the power of divine right that's similar to your aura. Yun Nuashing added for her and waved the nether void sword to dissipate it. I overreacted just now. Did you feel it? It doesn't have the aura of the abyssal death mist on it. It seems to be quite normal. It has normal intelligence and spirituality. I clearly felt the emotion of shock from it just now. The little angel nodded. It's probably similar to the seahorse-like creature you saw in the surging area. But it suddenly appeared here, touched you, and ran away. What's it trying to do? Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. How would she know? She thought that Gong He and the others had come up. After thinking for a long time, she remembered that the people in this world could not fly yet. Furthermore, she clearly heard the screams of the group of people coming from afar. Why would they suddenly appear behind her? That's right. Once she focused on her work, her mind would not be able to pay attention to other things. She could not blame her. She really could not blame her. You're not like this when you're fighting. Why didn't you say that when you're looking in 8 directions, listening in 4 directions, and grasping an entire realm? The little angel exposed her in her soul. Yun Nuashing stuck out her tongue guiltily. She simply ignored the girl's question. After dealing with the core of the green sand blood, she hurriedly descended from the underground cavern and landed heavily on the ground. When she appeared in front of Gong He and the others again, the battle here had become white-hot. Gong He and the others realized that the crazy sandworms could not break through their barrier. Every one of them seemed to be on steroids. However, they were not stupid enough to clash head-on with those 7 to 8 meter tall creatures. Gong He was commanding the battle. Some of them were focused on defense, while the others were focused on attacking. However, Yun Nuashing noticed an exception. There was a rash young man who had been charging at the army of sandworms without fear of death. Often, before he could charge at the sandworms, he would be sent flying by a whip, a limb, or a head. He would flop on the ground for a while before he would charge at the sandworms again. He was simply courting death by relying on his immortality. The little angel's voice was full of surprise. Why do I see your shadow in him? Can your energy barrier affect other people's personalities? Yun Nuashing. Girl, what did I do to you? Why are you making things difficult for me today? It's quite fun to see you so depressed that you can't speak. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and calmly walked over. Halfway through, she suddenly noticed that there were many holes 1 to 2 meters wide on the ground. The shapes of the holes were a little strange, and there were cracks on the edges of the holes. It was as if something heavy had suddenly smashed into the ground made of the green sand blood. Bang! One of the crew members shouted and charged. Then he was flung away by a giant sandworm's tentacle. He rolled 5 or 6 meters in front of Yun Nuashing like a gourd. Just as he was about to help, the giant tail of the sandworm slammed heavily on the ground and smashed the crew member into the ground, creating an irregular, human-shaped hole in the ground. In fact, it was because the energy barrier was too hard that the crew member was smashed into the ground. If the crew members were physically strong, they would have been turned into minced meat by now. In the blink of an eye, the crew member jumped out of the cave with a heroic posture. Then, with a huge energy stone weapon in his hand, he charged at the sandworm that had sent him flying. With a big slash, a trident stabbed into the sandworm's body, cutting a huge hole. Before he could expand the effect of the battle, he was once again slapped into the ground. After a few seconds, he bravely rushed out again. Yun Nuashing. Okay, she knew what was going on with the hole that looked like a whack-a-mole. There was a huge hole in the wall of the underground cave, and the endless new worms were burrowing in through that hole. Yun Nuashing roughly used his spirit to take a look, and his cheeks trembled slightly. There were quite a lot of worms inside, and it wouldn't be a problem to fill the space again. More importantly, the abyssal death mist on their bodies reacted even more strongly, and their bodies were brimming with surging and chaotic energy. They had launched countless attacks at Gong He and the others, and if it weren't for the unreasonable energy barrier around them, they would have been drowned by the sea of sandworms. However, with that barrier, they even killed more than 100 giant sandworms with their own strength, and the corpses of those worms were still quite intact, unlike the ones he had just dealt with, which were already dead and scattered all over the ground. Visually, it was easy to deal a psychological blow to the people on his side. You guys are fighting quite intensely. Yun Nuashing walked to Gong He and the others. He could not help but complain when he saw the situation in front of him. Even if Gong He and the others were tired from fighting and their legs hurt from defending, they would not be killed even if they just stood there and let the worms gnaw on them. At most, they would be eaten into their stomachs and then come out with feces. Oh, you're back. How's the situation? Gong, he looked quite excited. He had never tried such a simple and direct close-range attack before. Relying on the fact that the big guys would not die, he was exerting his strength as if his life depended on it. Looking at his excited expression, he seemed to be a little excited. Aha! Fighting worms at such a close distance is really exciting. It's not like the past where we could only sit on the ship and fire cannons. Look at this close distance, the impact, the flesh and blood flying. TSK, TSK, TSK. That's right. Without the barrier, you might not be able to take it. Yun Nuashing. These people must have activated some strange, innate talent. In the future, they would all turn into berserkers and jump off the ship to fight with sandworms. If that happened, he would be the main culprit. Cough, cough. It's time to leave. Tell your people to retreat. Yun Nuashing coughed softly. Dark, red energy gathered in his hand. The strange light dimmed the light in the underground cave. Sandworm, Gong He, and the others were shocked. With a snap of his fingers, the dark red energy turned into a ring of energy and suddenly exploded, sweeping in all directions. Gong He and the others stared at this scene with wide eyes. They imagined that the sky would fall, the earth would dry up, the rocks would crumble, and the world would collapse. However, the surroundings were so calm that it was as if nothing had happened. He only noticed that the energy barrier on his body seemed to have inadvertently fluctuated. He did not know if it was an illusion. Why didn't anything happen? The diligent young man lowered his head and mumbled. He stood up and grabbed his weapon. Just as he was about to do something, he suddenly saw some ashes floating in the air. It looked like the ashes left behind by something burned in a high-temperature flame. He suddenly saw Gong He and the others staring at him. The atmosphere was strange. He swallowed his saliva and quickly looked forward. The sandworms that were showing off earlier, and even the dead or half-dead sandworms that were lying on the ground, suddenly turned into ashes. They flew into the air with dark red and golden light, disappearing into the air bit by bit. They were completely disintegrated into nothingness. They looked like they were burned to death, but there was no trace of the high temperature of the fire. All of this happened naturally in such a normal and strange way. It was like a dream. Those sandworms were just illusory existences that were constructed in the dream. As the dream woke up, they disappeared bit by bit. Let's go, let's go. Have you finished collecting? If not, you won't be able to come here again in the future. It's not safe to come here without me. Moreover, it doesn't seem like there aren't any sandworms here, as I said. Yun Nuashing's voice brought Gong He and the others back to their senses. Then, the space before them became abnormally empty. Those sandworms had all turned into ashes. Nothing was left. The unknown always made people feel fearful. However, it seemed to only be a weak case. After gathering the team, on the way back, Gong He and the others were obviously quieter. Occasionally, they would even say a few words or make jokes to ease the boredom of climbing in this dark and boundless underground cave. However, Compared to when they first arrived, they all seemed to have a lot on their minds. It was as if they were doubting everything they saw today. Phew, we're finally out. It's dark underground. If we can't see the sun, we'll feel like we're buried underground and will never be reincarnated. The diligent young man was so excited that he whistled when he saw the sun. He stretched and said, "Gong." He shook his head. Just as he was confirming the route, he heard the sound of rocks cracking. When he turned around, he saw that the not-so-tall cliff had suddenly turned into rolling rocks and fell into the cave, blocking the path. Seal the path to prevent anyone from going in. There are still sandworms below. They're sandworms that are being dealt with by green blood of the sand. They're much stronger than the ones you encountered. Seal this place to prevent anyone from accidentally releasing the sandworms. Yun Nuashing said to Gong He. That should be the case. We don't want to go to that place a second time. Gong He nodded. His pair of strange eyebrows were slightly raised. He found the way back. Suddenly his expression froze. He looked at the horizon with slight astonishment. His eyebrows that had just been raised suddenly continued to be raised. However, his expression became slightly gloomier. What's wrong? What happened? Yun Nuashing, who was leading the way at the front, suddenly felt a low pressure behind her. She turned around and saw that Gong He's expression had suddenly changed. He even raised his eyebrows and looked like he was deep in thought. For a moment, she was very curious. There's a small problem with the ship. Gong He waved his hand and led the others forward quickly. I don't know where they came from. The fleet has surrounded this area and detained everyone who came here. They're not allowing anyone to leave. I don't know what they're trying to do. A force? Which city's people have such courage? Yun Nuashing slightly raised her spirits. She thought that there would be a good show to watch. However, in the next second, she suddenly thought of her own troublesome personality and was stunned again. This shouldn't have anything to do with her, right? It's not like she was really the god of troublesome personality in the void plane. How could so many things have anything to do with her, right? Gong, he did not see Yun Nuashing's changing expression. He only focused on speaking. There are many sand cities that can do this. First, there are those with names. Second, there are some sand cities that are only second to those cities. Most of the people who come here are just some scouts or small gathering teams. No one would really come here with the strength of half a city. Therefore, as long as it's the strength of those cities, it's indeed enough to completely seal off this area. Perhaps they want to monopolize the green blood of the sand in this area. They galloped back to the ship. As soon as Yun Nuashing and the others returned to the ship and stood on the deck, they saw a huge symbol reflected in the sky in the distance. It was probably something like a flag to show their identity. I can't tell which Sand City's emblem it is, but they want to keep us here. That's for sure. Gong, his eyebrows raised higher and higher. His expression became gloomy. When the lockdown order is issued, no one is allowed to trespass into the sealed land. Any act of resistance will be regarded as a declaration of war. You guys are so complicated. Yun Nuashing stretched, shook her head, and sighed. This world was not even considered safe. The human race could barely live normally in this strange world, but they still had to engage in such battles. If it was up to him, these people would be quiet after 2 extinction events. However, it might also lead to a bigger disaster. In a desperate situation, there would be more strange things happening. He had seen it all before. Why not just set fire? Forget it. He did not have the time nor the right to judge this world's matters. It was better to let the world's consciousness of this world have a headache. The lockdown order hung high in the sky. A circle of light, red energy enveloped an area of 6,000 to 7,000 miles. It was like some kind of enchantment. The energy was not very strong. It only had a faint defensive power. However, this faint barrier was probably a little troublesome for Gong, he and the people of this world. Just look at Gong, he's tense, raised eyebrows. What do you plan to say? Stay here obediently? Or do you want to just rush out? Yin Nuashing crossed her arms and said in a lazy tone, I recommend you to choose the latter. This group of people does not look like they came from a good background. They definitely do not have good intentions. The emblem that we have never seen before, the lockdown order, and the declaration of war. Perhaps they want to monopolize the resources of the burning earth and take away the green blood of the sand that you have collected. However, it is not good for them to do it themselves, so they found a bunch of scapegoats and let them do it for them. In the end, they used the resources you found to exchange for a bunch of good things to live a better life. In the end, they even put on their real faces to express sympathy for you guys who have suffered an undeserved calamity. At the same time, they laughed in their hearts and mocked everyone. Gong, he and the others were speechless. Just hearing it made them breathless. How did this guy say it all in one breath? The energy stone projected the situation of the lockdown circle in the distance. There was a circle of ships with millions of levels of vitality surrounding one direction. That's right, only one direction. The other places were completely undefended. They did not seem to care about the defenses of the other places. Yun Nuashing was confused by the loopholes in the lockdown circle. Why are they only surrounding one place? They have already set up the lockdown formation. It's impossible that they can't even set up the lockdown circle, right? Gong, he was stunned for a moment. It took him a moment to remember that this guy had lost his memory. He nodded and began to explain that's because there is no need to defend the other places at all. That place is the radiation zone of some dangerous surges. There are very powerful sandworms lurking in those areas. Even the fleets of the famous cities are not willing to go to those places. Oh, so that means they're holding fate by the throat, right? Yun Nuashing raised an eyebrow and smiled evilly. If I ask you to go to those dangerous places, will you be able to return? Let's not talk about those weird theories for now. Just tell me, if I ask you to treat that place as flat ground, will you be able to drive the ships back? Gong, he was a little stunned, but he still answered honestly, Oh, that's not a problem. The reason why the surges are dangerous is because of the sandworms and the energy of the surges. Without these two conditions, the sea of sand is just a sea of sand. It's no different from any other place. But no buts. Listen to me. Yun Nuashing suddenly put his left hand on his waist, and his right hand pointed at the place directly behind them. Come, charge bravely into the surges of the sea of sand like a suicide squad. He carefully thought about the risks and dangers he would encounter along the way. Just thinking about it caused the alarm in his mind to buzz and explode. It was like the thunderous sound of millions of ships sailing on the sea of sand. Gong, he rolled his eyes and felt that he was going to faint again. Chapter 1499. Two huge fleets faced each other silently in this strange sea of sand. One side was an unknown force that had sealed off the sea of sand, while the other side was a large group of onlookers who were involved in construction in the burning land for no reason and were inexplicably called out. The distance between the two sides was only a few hundred miles. The tense atmosphere spread to every inch of the sealed area along with rings of surging energy. Gong, he and the others chose to send their most sincere greetings to the group of people who had inexplicably issued a blockade order and declared war on them. Then they turned their ships around and dove into the surging area. Looking at the red land that looked like it had been burned to ashes, Gong, he had a feeling that things were going to become more and more bizarre and troublesome. He was stunned when this feeling appeared, but when he thought about it carefully, he could not find it. A moment later, Gong, he suddenly remembered that he had this feeling when he came out with Yun Nuashing. This was only the second time it had appeared. We're about to trigger the blockade order. Everyone, prepare to resist the impact. Gather energy from all energy stones and send it forward. Don't be so nervous. Just drive straight over. There's no need to attack. When Gong, he was giving orders, Yun Nuashing suddenly spoke. His words stunned everyone. They looked at each other, not knowing whether to listen to their captain or to this mysterious and powerful expert. Gong, he glanced at Yun Nuashing and saw him smiling nonchalantly. He waved his hand and said, "Everyone accelerate. Transfer all energy to the energy stones. Crash head-on." A huge amount of energy flowed to the heart, causing the three ships to roar violently. The silver-white hull seemed to be covered with a layer of gray. After a few seconds of delay, the three ships suddenly entered a state of super acceleration. The sudden violent reaction caused everyone to stagger slightly. They hurriedly adjusted their condition and looked straight ahead. The pale red energy wall was rapidly crashing into them, causing everyone's hearts to tighten. They swallowed a mouthful of saliva and stared straight ahead. Distance. 400 meters. 200 meters. Collision is imminent. It was unknown which bastard reported the distance, but it made the already tense people's hearts beat faster. Layers of cold sweat appeared on their foreheads, and they subconsciously activated the energy barrier of the energy stones, waiting for the moment a violent collision to arrive. Closing their eyes and waiting, everyone gritted their teeth and turned their faces away, imagining the scene of the ship being destroyed. But all they could hear was the rumble of the kinetic stones bursting with energy, as well as the rolling thunder of the ship rubbing against the sea of sand. It was as if nothing had happened. Puzzled, everyone opened their eyes, expecting to see a pale red wall before them. But there was only an endless sea of sand, dunes, and basins as they braved the wind and waves, as they rapidly sailed across the sea of sand. Gong! He turned his gaze behind him. The light red wall was gradually shrinking in his line of sight. His fleet was not stained with the light red energy tracking mark, which made him very curious. He looked for Yun Nuashing and asked, "How did you do it?" Are you talking about that sealing circle?" Yun Nuashing waved her hand nonchalantly. "It's just nullifying their energy." "What's so hard about that?" Everyone was speechless. No, they found it very difficult. They had left the sealing circle unscathed, and there was no energy tracking mark on them. But Gong, he did not feel relieved at all. The road ahead was one of the most dangerous zones in the sea of sand, and they had to take a detour to return to their own sand city. To be honest, even with the mysterious and outrageous person beside him as protection, he did not feel relaxed at all. It was different from the surging zones they had crossed before. Those places could be quickly traversed with some pattern, but that alone had taken the discoverer a great deal of effort. Now they were heading to a forbidden zone in the sea of sand that not many dared to set foot in. It might be the birthplace of many legends and rumors, and once they set foot in it, the person beside him did not feel nervous at all, even though Gong he had emphasized it many times. It's fine. Don't worry." That was the only thing he said. Gong he could not help but smile bitterly. He did not have much of a choice. From the moment he chose to head to the other side of the sealing circle, the only path left for him was to listen to Yun Nuashing's arrangements. In this damned place, if he simply walked around with a shallow and negligible experience, he would only die faster. "Captain, the communication stone received a message. It seems to have been received not long ago, but the situation just now was urgent and we did not notice it." The diligent lad ran to the two of them with a fist-sized energy stone and handed the communication stone to Gong He. Gong he was slightly taken aback. The message in the communication stone seemed to have been sent by the group of people who used the sealing circle. Their purpose was similar to Yun Nuashing's and his own guess. They had their eyes on the green sand blood collected by everyone in this area. Other than that, there was something else that was more noteworthy. An energy stone with a strange energy, the green sand blood's core? Yun Nuashing's heart skipped a beat. She had an expression that said, "F*CK, are they talking about me? Why does it have to do with me again?" The only thing that could be considered core and could make them use the term strange energy was probably the thing that he had obtained. But it was very strange. It was fine that he had obtained this thing, but how did those people outside know about its existence? No other life forms had set foot in that place before. There was no trace of life left behind by anyone who had been there. Furthermore, there were a large number of sandworms that had been infected by the abyss death mist. How could ordinary people go there? Things seemed to be developing in a strange direction uncontrollably. Strange. Ignore them. Who knows what they are talking about? Gong, he threw the communication stone to the young man. He turned his head and saw Yun Nuashing humming a song. She seemed to be quite happy. Gong, he let out a sigh of relief and said, "What do you think the core they're talking about is?" It might be some kind of gigantified carrier that has the concentrated energy of the green sand blood. Yun Nuashing twirled her fingers. She was half serious and half joking. It's like compressing a huge green sand blood that was as big as the earth into the size of a palm. There are many changes inside. It's not as simple as it looks on the surface. This thing might be called a core. But who knows if what I said is the same as what they said? Let's not talk about this first. Are you sure you can find the way home now? Yun Nuashing changed the topic. I can feel that the energy concentration in the surroundings is slowly increasing. It shouldn't affect some of the functions of your energy stones, right? That shouldn't be a problem. Even if the energy stones don't work, we can still use this to make a judgment. Gong, he smiled and pointed at his brain. After sailing on the sand sea for a lifetime, there are always some things that I won't remember wrongly. Once we cross the sand sea in front of us and come into contact with the dangerous zone, we will change direction and go around the furthest detection range of those people. After that, we will head straight for Sand City. However, we might have to pass by the edge of the surging zone on the way. There's no way to avoid those places. Gong, he frowned when he mentioned the surging zone. Yun Nuashing shrugged indifferently and comforted him. That's not a problem. As long as you can find the way, it will be fine. Bang! Yun Nuashing and the others who were chatting in the wind suddenly felt the ground shake violently. The steel ground of the entire ship was shaking. Gong, his expression changed slightly. He quickly ordered, "We have broken into the territory of the sandworms. Quickly investigate the level of the sandworms under the Sand Sea. Everyone prepare for battle." Yun Nuashing had already seen the situation below while they were dealing with the emergency situation. Now he casually said, "Don't waste your energy. I have already seen it. It is a large octopus. There are even sharp teeth on its tentacles. What is this strange thing?" Gong, he suddenly stopped talking. His face turned pale. "The octopus you're talking about, is it light purple or red? It is about the same size as our ship. As for its color, it is dark red." Yun Nuashing pointed at the ship under his feet and said in a serious and unusually calm manner, "Gangzhen, the largest creature he had ever seen, was the size of a planet or a star. A tentacle monster that was merely 10,000 feet in size was nothing to be surprised about. It was just that its species was a little special that was worth his attention. However, this was too exciting for Gong He and the others, especially when Gong He heard him say that it was dark red in color. His face was as white as the color of the sky at this moment. A dominator of the surging zone. My ancestors, this thing usually does not leave the center of the surging zone. Why did it come to the edge of the surging zone?" Hearing the horrifying scream, Yun Nuashing suddenly felt his scalp go numb. He shrunk his neck and muttered desperately, "It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me. I am not a troublemaker of this level. I am not at the level where I will sprain my ankle, drink water, and go out to meet the heavenly God of the beginning. It has absolutely nothing to do with me. I think it has something to do with you. After all, you are a troublemaker of the highest level in the void." Yun Nuashing turned into a grayish-white statue in the wind. This sentence was like a fatal blow to his heart. Suddenly, an even more violent tremor came from the sea of sand. Everyone had already understood what they had encountered from the conversation between the two people just now. Their expressions changed greatly. At this critical moment of life and death, Yun Nuashing thought that they would cry and wail, complain about life and fate or something. Then, the group of people all put on a determined expression in the face of death in an instant. The energy stones in their hands exploded with the most dazzling light. They had activated their weapons to the extreme. That light made Yin Nuashing feel a little blinded. Everyone, slow down the ship. Everyone enter a deathmatch state. We have been targeted by the dominator of the surging zone. I repeat, everyone enter a deathmatch state. Even if we can't kill it, we must at least break its armor. Tonight we will eat grilled squid. Gong, he suddenly swept away his frightened state. His eyes were wide open. His awe-inspiring righteousness exploded again, which made Yun Nuashing shocked. But that frown was really funny. In this serious atmosphere, he couldn't be serious when he saw that frown. Fight! The response from the side made Yun Nuashing stunned again. Seeing that everyone was holding the idea of mutual destruction, he was a little dumbfounded. Were these people the kind of creatures who would explode and explode a second time when they were in a desperate situation? Why were they hot-blooded now? Was this world within the sphere of influence controlled by Qing Jun? Achoo! In the distance, Qing Jun, who was overlooking the abyss of death fog from the top of the wall, suddenly sneezed that shook the whole city, startling countless people. Who is talking about me? Qing Jun rubbed his nose blankly. The act of Yun Nua and the others barging into its territory and showing their fighting spirit seemed to have angered the crimson octopus swimming under the sea of sand. It rushed up violently, and its countless sharp teeth that looked like sharp swords tore the sea of sand apart. Its unusually wide tentacles were like long spears that pierced through the shackles of the sea of sand and tore the sea surface apart. Its huge body suddenly appeared in front of the 3 ships that had slowed down, and it was surrounded by huge tentacles that were like giant pillars that supported the sky. Yun Nuashing stared at it. He didn't know where its eyes were. Weren't the octopus's eyes also on its head? How come its eyeballs were gone? He thought for a second, and simply used his spirit and soul to shock it directly into its mind. If you don't want to be the main dish on the grill tonight, get out of here! A clear circle of cyan energy halo suddenly burst out from under Yun Nuashing's feet, startling everyone. Gong He and the others couldn't feel anything, and were still in a daze, not knowing what to do. Then they saw the huge body of the big octopus in front of them suddenly tremble. Not only were the 8 tentacles trembling in front of it, but the sea of sand also trembled as a result. Its eyes suddenly appeared and stared at Yun Nuashing in horror. Suddenly, its whole body slid back for a distance. All those tentacles trembled and retracted their sharp teeth, and then hurriedly drilled into the bottom of the sea of sand without any hesitation. Gong He and the others watched this scene in a daze, and the expressions on their faces became extremely wonderful. The atmosphere in the sea of sand suddenly became strange. They couldn't understand the power of the soul and spirit, so they could only treat the visual spiritual shock just now as an ordinary energy shock. There was no way for them to understand what was happening on the deeper level. Anyway, the power of this guy was beyond their imagination. They should have been numb to it by now, but seeing him suddenly scare away the ruler of the surging area. Wait a minute. Although Gong, he didn't see this scene with his own eyes, it seemed to have happened twice. The last time was when they crossed the surging area not long ago, and this time, wait a minute, come back first. Yun Nuashing suddenly remembered something. Another circle of cyan energy exploded from under his feet, and a wave of sand suddenly surged in the sea of sand about 10,000 meters away from them. The big crimson octopus from before appeared again, startling Gong, He, and the others. What surprised them even more was that the paragon was now reluctantly approaching them with a gloomy and happy face expression. This made them nervous, but little did they know that the octopus was even more nervous than they were. When the oval-shaped head was close enough, Yun Nuashing directly shouted, "Escort us to where we want to go, and then you can leave." A strange voice echoed in everyone's minds. Gong, He, and the others' expressions changed drastically, and it took them a moment to understand that this might be the Paragon's way of communicating with them. But it sounded a little gloomy, unwilling, but unable to resist. The big octopus looked at Yun Nuashing with its huge eyes, and after meeting the crimson eyes, it shivered and dived back into the sea of sand, then let one of its tentacles out of the sand to say, "I'm still here." It didn't want to pay attention to these little things at all, but that little thing was just too strong. The rest of the journey was relatively smooth. The fleet didn't encounter any strange sandworms, nor did they suddenly feel the sea of sand rioting. It was still daytime, and the sky was dark because they were close to the edge of the surging zone. There was a majestic energy lingering in the air, and occasionally there would be thunder in the sky. 1 or 2 bolts of energy would strike the sand and blow a hole in the sea of sand. Even if there were no sandworms, the energy would still make their journey difficult. Gong He, on the other hand, was already mentally prepared. He had already activated his energy barrier before they encountered such a situation, and the energy bolts caused ripples on the barrier, but it was still within the acceptable range of the barrier. Well, the journey was really smooth, but the crimson tentacle on the side of the ship made them a little nervous, as if it would strike at them at any moment. Even though Yin Nuashing repeatedly said that the big octopus wouldn't resist, they still felt very uneasy. While they were nervous, they also felt that it was very strange. In this inland sea of sand, who would have the privilege of being escorted by a paragon of the surging zone? If word got out about this, they could boast about it for 100 years. But they didn't know if anyone would believe it. Whoosh! The octopus suddenly popped its head out of the water. The sound of the rolling sand was similar to the sound of the waves, startling everyone. They quickly turned around and saw the octopus looking forward with a serious, human-like gaze. They were all stunned. Yun Nuashing also turned her head and was also stunned. She asked casually, "What's wrong? Did you meet your enemy?" The tentacle turned and a buzzing sound rang in everyone's mind. They couldn't understand it, but judging from its slightly nervous mood, it must have felt that there was something blocking their way. Gong, he quickly asked someone to use an energy stone to project the situation in front of them. The situation about 100 miles away was reflected on the spacious deck. Then everyone was shocked. A huge head was riding the wind and waves above the sea of sand. If they were not mistaken, the head should be the head of a seahorse. There were also many appendages extending from its body swaying around. Looking at its dejected and weak appearance, it seemed like it had been treated badly by a non-insect. "We definitely didn't wash our faces before we came out today." Gong, he was so surprised that he almost choked. How can we meet 2 rulers at once? He turned around and looked at Yun Nuashing, who was grayish-white and kept muttering, "It's not me. It has nothing to do with me. I'm not." He was shocked by his strange, grayish-white state. What's wrong with you?" Yun Nuashing suddenly came back to her senses, and the grayish-white color on her body quickly faded. She laughed dryly and waved her hand. "Nothing. I just thought of something." Something not so good. "It's nothing, so let's not talk about it. I'm almost traumatized." Yun Nuashing lazily heaved a sigh of relief. Just as she was wondering if there was a problem with her body's laws, she suddenly felt a familiar aura in her soul. She was stunned. This aura disappeared without a trace after they came to the sea urchin world. Even if the damage to the laws had completely healed, she couldn't find him directly. Now that she suddenly felt his aura, Phone! I found you." A cheering voice filled with endless surprise came from the end of the world, and it reverberated in the entire desert. Even the energy and thunder in the sky were restrained because of this shout. Yun Nuashing, Gong He, and the others found the source of the voice. There was a person standing on the seahorse's head, waving and shouting at them. But why did this situation feel so familiar? "Gong He, drive over. Don't be nervous." Yun Nuashing suddenly relaxed. She crossed her arms and said with a smile, "There's no danger over there. It's my friend." In the end, She muttered in her heart, "Another thing. As the saying goes, when two things stand together, the positions of the rules will cancel each other out." The little angel instantly understood what he meant. She couldn't help but say, "It's also possible that they're overlapping and strengthening each other. Won't there be more accidents when you're together?" Don't say any more. Chapter 1500. In the golden ocean under the scorching sun. 3 large ships drifted aimlessly on the golden ocean like a small boat in the ocean. They could not see the shore, nor could they find a place to dock. On the right side of the leading ship, 2 huge heads of mysterious creatures popped up. One had the head of an octopus, and the other had the head of a seahorse. The 2 former rulers of the surging area were now hanging their heads dejectedly as they escorted the 3 ships. Half an hour ago, they saw each other from 1,000 miles away. They looked at each other warily and entered battle mode. Then they realized that the other party was being controlled by the little ones. In an instant, the wariness in their eyes turned into sympathy. When the 2 beasts met, they used their tentacles to touch each other and talk. "Why are you here too?" "You're here too. What a coincidence. I was caught by the little one early in the morning. I've been wandering in the desert for a long time, but I still can't find the fun place he was talking about." "You're still okay. I almost got barbecued." The seahorse and octopus sighed dejectedly at the same time. They patted each other's huge bodies with their tentacles to comfort each other. Gong, his face twisted when he saw their sympathetic expressions. His worldview was on the verge of exploding. He then turned to look at Yun Nuashing and Hui, who were chatting with their arms around each other's shoulders. His cheeks and his funny eyebrows could not stop moving. His face was full of ferocity. He could not figure out how these 2 famous rulers of the surging area in the desert had been forced into such a pitiful state by them. The 2 beasts sensed Gong Hi's gaze and raised their heads to look at him. Then they carefully glanced at the 2 people beside him and heaved a long sigh. They didn't want to listen to him either, but they were too scared. They had roamed the desert sea for countless years, but they had never seen a little guy emit this kind of aura that could destroy everything. They couldn't even muster up the slightest bit of resistance. The journey was already ridiculously safe. After another person and a ruler who seemed to be equally powerful joined in, it seemed to be even more. Gong, he felt that even if all the forces of the Sand City were gathered, they would not be able to push them into the desert. "So, have you figured out this world?" Hui put his arm around Yun Nuashing's shoulder and asked in a low voice, "I want to ask you the same question. Are you slower than me in analyzing this world?" Yun Nuashing glared at him. "I'm at my wit's end. Our professions don't match, so there's nothing I can do. Besides, the primeval Lord of Heaven and Earth is still suppressed in someone else's territory. The rules and order here tend to be in a very strange situation. They can actually block our soul communication. Even if the damage caused by the rules of this world is healed, there's no way to use soul communication. If it wasn't for my good luck, I wouldn't have been able to find you. Even you are being suppressed." Yun Nuashing was slightly stunned and showed a thoughtful expression. The suppression that Hui mentioned was definitely not the kind that was completely suppressed. He should not feel any pressure to get rid of this suppression. It was just that he did not know if it would cause any negative effects to this world. So he just let the suppression be. Anyway, it really did not affect him for the time being. If the immature laws of this world could also affect the primeval, then this fellow might be a new model compared to the Cherub and the Origin Con, a new and more powerful model. Yun Nuashing's expression became even weirder as he thought about it. This should have been bad news, as it meant that the underworld's talent for creating weird things had been perfected. However, the 3 abyssal death shroud life forms created by the underworld were all rejecting their own creators, the Chaos Plane and the abyssal death shroud. That made Yun Nuashing's expression even more bizarre. It should have been bad news, as it meant that the underworld's talent for creating weird things had been perfected. However, the 3 abyssal death shroud life forms created by the underworld all rejected their creators, the chaos plane, and the abyssal death shroud. If he was the guy in charge of creating these strange things in the underworld, he would have shut himself up after learning about this situation. As he thought about it, the smile on his face became more and more unbridled and twisted. Hui was stunned. "What are you laughing at?" "That's weird." "Nothing. I thought of something interesting." Yun Nuashing shook his head. "Speaking of interesting things, Feng, let me tell you something else." Hui poked Yun Nuashing's back and whispered, "We might come across those annoying things when we're out on vacation." "You mean the abyssal death fog life forms?" Yin Nuashing's gaze focused and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he reacted and rolled his eyes at Hui. "What do you mean by vacation?" "Our scavenger mission is not over yet. It's not over until we go back." The little angel rolled her eyes when she heard that in the soul. She felt that the two fellows' relaxed demeanor was no different from a vacation. The only difference was that while others were on vacation, they were on vacation to explore other people's worlds, enjoy the scenery of foreign lands, and meddle in the affairs of foreign lands. Ahem, that's what I mean. Anyway, back to the original topic. I found traces of the abyssal death fog here, but it's just a little bit, and it disappeared in a flash. It seemed to be in a hurry to do something. I don't know if it's the consciousness of this world, or some special power of this world, but it seems that it did notice that we had run into its territory. Yun Nuashing was silent as she heard that, and did not know what to say or judge. This world seemed to be divided into two parts like him. One part was filled with order on the surface, and the other part existed in the dark. Some weird and bad forces lurked in the dark, and the two forces of order were also fighting in the dark. In the burning land, the green blood of the sand, which represented order, had trapped the sandworms infected by the abyssal death fog. That was the only difference from him. The two forces in his body did not interfere with each other, and would only protest when he was crazy enough to use both forces together. Whatever the case may be, this newborn and immature world was still showing order for the time being, and it was a little resistant to the abyssal death fog, which was not on the side of order. As long as that was settled, what they needed to do was simple. Regardless of why it originated from chaos but sided with order, as long as it attacked the abyssal death fog, they would have a common topic to talk about and exchange some methods to control certain void pests. We don't have much time left. 2 or 3 more days in this world would probably be up. I have a suggestion. First, we need to find the world core of this world, or some sort of entanglement point of the rules, or at least connect with the world consciousness, if it has one. Then do whatever we need to do. Destroy whatever we need to destroy. Kidnap whatever we need to kidnap. Yun Nuashing's face twitched as she listened to Huey's muttering. That guy had spouted a lot of bad words, and what he said was exactly what he wanted to do. It was just that he did not know how to deal with it at the moment. The conceptual layer of this world's rules is closed, and the size of this world itself is just that little. From what we have observed so far, this could be the evolution of a small world. If that's the case, there should be a special entanglement point of the rules inside this world, and we have to find it before we can proceed to the next step. The problem is, he coughed dryly. At the moment, it seems that this world has noticed our entry and seems to be wary of us. After all, this is its territory. If it is determined to hide, it won't be that easy for us to find it. There's nothing we can do. We can only look for it. We can't just waste our time here. We don't have that much time. Hui shrugged helplessly. Yun Nuashing's eyelids drooped slightly. After a moment of silence, she suddenly slapped Huey's hand away and walked towards Gong He, who was standing at the side of the ship. Gong He's expression was constantly changing. Gong He, do you know of any particularly strange places? Gong He, whose mind was filled with fantasies, snapped back to reality. He was slightly stunned when he heard what Gong He said. Particularly strange places? What do you mean? Gong He scratched his chest. Things that are slightly strange, originating from legends, rumors, or something else. I more or less know some of them, but I'm not too sure which places are particularly strange to you, all just based on these few words. Yun Nuashing pondered for a moment. Things that are slightly stranger than the surging area. Things that are filled with countless dangers and chaos, or things like the origin of other dangers. The moment she opened her mouth, she pointed at some places that were not particularly good. Gong, his comical face, trembled violently. What you said is really a strange place. Cough, cough. A dangerous place that is even more mysterious and strange than the surging area. Gong, he fell into deep thought, pacing back and forth on the spot. The two giant beasts floating in the sea of sand had also finished stirring up emotions. When they heard what Gong, he said, they poked their bodies out of the sea of sand with slight interest. If it's the sea of sand, there are probably only two places worth investigating. One is the deepest part of the surging area, and the other is another surging area. The surging area that we passed by today can be seen if we walk straight in from the right. The only place worth paying attention to in the sea of sand is here. Gong, he scratched his chin as he spoke. When he saw Yun Nuashing frown, he thought for a moment and said, "The only thing left is another area." Yun Nuashing raised her head. "The sea of the world?" "Yes, the sea of miracles." Gong, he nodded. "We guard the inland and rarely go to the sea of the world. When the environment there is calm, it is indeed much better than inland. Near the sea of the world, there is also a part of the land that is green and rich in resources. However, if we really want to talk about danger, Seaside City is actually more dangerous. You came from there, so you should have heard of the broken seaside." Yun Nuashing nodded. She originally wanted to go to the broken seaside, but in the end she ended up inland. Inland has its own troubles. Although it is troublesome, it is still manageable. Compared to Seaside City, which is surrounded by the sea of the world, it is actually a relatively peaceful place. The only things we have to deal with are the sandworms that occasionally disturb our peace. Although there are many powerful sandworms in the surging area, they will not deliberately attack the dominators of Sand City. Yun Nuashing turned her gaze to the seahorse and octopus who were listening at the side. The two dominators trembled and hurriedly nodded. Their voices echoed in their minds. They could not understand what they were saying at all, but the meaning was the same, expressing their affirmation. However, in the case of Seaside City, once they encounter a threat from the world sea, the city will basically be destroyed and everyone will die. No one will be spared. Gong, his face revealed a lingering fear as he spoke. What is this so-called threat from the sea of the world? Yun Nuashing frowned. After all was said and done, he never knew what this so-called threat was. The information he collected about the broken seaside did not mention it at all. If they were inland, they had to deal with sandworms, but if they were in the sea of the world, they had to fight sea monsters? Gong, he scratched his chest. I don't know either. This has always been a point of curiosity. What exactly destroyed Seaside City? Yun Nuashing and Hui expressed their surprise at the same time. Hui could not help but feel a little excited. Was your house destroyed by someone? In the end, no one knew about it? It's normal for you to think that since you have lost your memories. Gong, he did not forget that Yun Nuashing and his friends were all in Seaside City. He nodded in understanding. In fact, as far as I know, once a seaside city is destroyed, there will either be no survivors, even those who accidentally saw it from afar will be involved in the disaster. Or, even if there are survivors, they will be like you, unable to remember anything. It is said that their brains have been tampered with and they have lost all their memories of what they saw at that time. So, until now, we still do not know what kind of disaster Seaside City is facing. If we use an energy stone to project it, we can only see a strange scene where nothing can be seen clearly, as if the energy stone is damaged. So, usually after a period of time, we will suddenly hear that a seaside city has become a broken seaside city. No one knows what happened in between. We have been studying this for thousands of years, but we have not been able to find any answers." Yun Nuashing and Hui looked at each other. This was very strange. They had thought of many ways to cause this situation, but there should not be such a level of power in this world, so they rejected it. After a few guesses, they finally threw all the blame to the king of void scapegoats, the abyssal death mist. Well, it was a very strange thing. There was no way to let the local life forms whose power level was too low discover the situation. It was strange and unexplainable, assuming that it belonged to the level of rules and the existence of the abyssal death mist in this world. With these three conditions put together, it was completely logical and reasonable for them to throw the blame to the girl. What evidence? What evidence do you need? They had been slapping each other's mouths in the void for over 100 million years, and from the looks of it, it would still be slapping each other for a few more eras. Would they have any complaints if they were to be slapped with 1 or 2 more crimes? To be honest, any problem that could not be solved in the world of order could be blamed on the stinky abyssal death shroud, and its existence would explain everything. The above was all because Yun Nuashing and the others were dissatisfied with the abyssal death mist. But the truth was not much different. In this world, the only illogical thing was the world itself. A world born of the abyssal death mist, such a peaceful and orderly world, exuded the aura of the source world of the void from beginning to end. The more it was like this, the more suspicious it was. It was too deliberate. But it was not deliberately acting for anyone to see. It was just that it deliberately exposed the side of order of this world. The life forms in this world would not notice it, so they could sense the abnormality of this world. The sea of the world, ha! Yun Nuashing twirled her hair. They did have to go there. When they left the coastal city not long ago, they happened to see something that was neither too big nor too small. But before they left, they had to take a look at the 2 surging areas. "Seems like someone is following us." Gong, he suddenly opened his mouth and said something. Yun Nuashing and Hui turned their heads. There was nothing in the golden sea of sand. There was a hint of doubt in their eyes. "No, it's not behind us." Gong, he shook his head and pointed to the right. "There's a very weak echo of the rolling sand coming from that direction. It has been about 20 minutes. I thought it was an illusion because it was too weak and difficult to detect, but it has always been there. It's probably following us from a further place. They probably don't dare to get close to the surging area, like us, and walk along the edge." Yun Nuashing and Hui looked in that direction at the same time. Their gazes crossed the layers of golden sand dunes and saw that there was indeed a huge fleet. The fleet was painted light red, and there were thousands of ships. Yun Nuashing would believe that it was a sand city that had come out in full force. "It's the fleet from the blockade. They actually caught up with us." Yun Nuashing frowned slightly. "That's strange. When we passed through the blockade, I personally controlled it. It was impossible for any marking energy to be stained. How did they chase us to this place?" Gong, his expression changed. Yun Nuashing looked at him. "Stop the ships." Gong, he nodded and ordered the 3 ships to stop where they were. The energy of the power stone gradually dissipated. The 3 ships slid out for 1 or 200 meters and stopped in various ways. The 2 giant beasts also dived into the sea under the instructions of Yun Nuashing and Hui, and quieted down temporarily. There was indeed a roar coming from the horizon. It was very weak. After the ships stopped, everyone could hear it more clearly. Moreover, the sound over there was also weakening. It seemed that they were also slowing down. They stopped too. Yun Nuashing suddenly reported the situation and looked at Gonghi. "Can the energy stone see the situation over there?" "It's so far away. Plus, the energy in the surging area is so strong, logically speaking, it's impossible," Gonghi said calmly. "Then it's a special situation," Yun Nuashing muttered and suddenly looked up at the sky. "I'm watching you." This was probably what it wanted to say to them. However, it was very strange. It obviously did not want to come into contact with them. Even if it wanted to warn them, it would use some subtle means to warn them. Moreover, the light red fleet, said that they were looking for the core of the green blood of the sand. They were so murderous. He felt that something was not right. The energy in the underground hole did not weaken with the disappearance of the core. It could not be that it would send people to capture them for the sake of the core, right? Even the people living in this world, if the entire world civilization had not been in contact with the world's consciousness since the beginning of civilization, who would believe that something like the world's consciousness would appear out of nowhere? Feng, are we being watched? Hui pointed to the sky and said. Yun Nuashing frowned and nodded hesitantly. But the situation is not right. They should be coming for something in my hand. But I feel that something is not right. When the rumbling in the sky stopped completely and the entire sky returned to normal, Gong He and the others felt a chill run down their spines. They had encountered too many strange things today, so many that their brains could not process them all. Yun Nuashing's eyes flashed. Let's set sail. They are coming for us. After we send you to a safe place, we will leave. Otherwise, you will be implicated. Gong, he wanted to say something, but when he met Yun Nuashing's firm and unquestionable gaze, his comical eyebrows trembled slightly. After hesitating for a while, he swallowed all the words in his stomach and nodded. All right, the little angel did not forget to make fun of them. Look, the two things have been forced away. The effect has doubled. How long has it been since the two of you met? And the world has already targeted you. Girl, I beg you to stop talking. Yun Nuashing was about to cry. In the future, if he really wanted to carry the title of troublemaker throughout the void, this girl would definitely be the main contributing factor. Chapter 1501. Sometimes it was a little hard to understand and inconceivable. It was like every life would have one or two useless innate abilities in their lifetime. It was a matter of course. However, Yun Nuashing expressed that she did not understand when her innate abilities of misfortune and troublemaker were given to her. If she was in the realm of the gods, it would be fine if she attracted a lot of strange things because she was an observer, but in the realm of the gods, there were not many strange things for her to encounter. However, when she came to the outside world, she encountered some strange things every day. They were the kind of strange things that could be easily solved, but just their existence alone made her not know whether to laugh or cry. Just like now, the golden sea was sparkling. From afar, it looked like a mirror reflecting the light of the sun in the distant sky. The ground was filled with flashing golden scales and golden light. Two huge, strange creatures were swimming towards the depths of the sea of sand with a depressed and resentful expression. They were depressed because there was a small dot on their heads. As for resentment, they looked behind them and saw that the light red fleet was approaching them with 100,000 firepower. The strange giant creatures created by the small dots were surging with an unusual amount of energy, which made the two of them feel a little scared. When they moved, they shrank back and did not move as they pleased. Half an hour ago, after sending Gong He and the others to a safe area outside Sand City, Yun Nuashing and Hui brought the two sovereigns and left without looking back. Following them were the light red ships that followed behind them. No matter where they went, those bugs would know where they were. This made them feel a little depressed, using the power of the world's consciousness to do whatever they wanted. Doing whatever they wanted, there was a price to pay. The current situation was still developing between the two of them. Mainly, they were still within the range of Yun Nuashing's silence, so they did not immediately make a move to crush the fleet behind them in the sea of sand. They needed to observe the other side of things. They wanted to see what the world's consciousness wanted to do, and whether it was prepared to face the consequences of making such a choice. After all, we are in someone else's territory. We can only restrain ourselves a little. We exhaled a long breath, holding a round energy crystal in his hand. If that thing exploded, it could probably wash the world back and forth a few hundred times. He turned around and looked at Maple, who was sitting on the octopus head. Seeing his gloomy expression, he said, "Calm down, Maple. There won't be any problems." Yun Nuashing tilted her head and glanced at him. She sighed faintly. I'm not worried about anything. I just don't understand why it's so obsessed with the core that even if it doesn't exist, it won't be a big deal. Bang! Bang! About 10 meters behind them, a violent energy explosion suddenly occurred. An energy shockwave that was enough to annihilate all matter within 100 meters slowly rose behind them. It looked quite spectacular, but it didn't cause any substantial damage to them. Hui turned his head to look at the bright, white energy impact and whistled. How many times has it been? 21st time? 27th, Yun Nuashing muttered as she took out a small notebook and drew a line on it, holding a grudge. It was also something that happened in the past half an hour. The light red fleet behind them would seize every opportunity to attack them. No one knew who gave them the courage. Well, they only had 2 people and 2 giant beasts. They looked quite weak, but the other party had hundreds of times more people than them. In a situation where they had an absolute advantage in numbers, it was very normal for the fleet to choose to attack. After all, it was just numbers. Whether they could win or not would only be determined after one of them was wiped out. Yun Nua Planet could not stand the harassment and counterattacked once or twice. With a slap, it pressed a few ships of their fleet into the sea of sand. A few ships full of energy gathered together and triggered a violent energy explosion. It was gorgeous, but it was a little expensive. He originally thought that the intimidation that time would make them more obedient, but they didn't seem to have any intention of restraining themselves at all. Instead, they were getting closer and closer. There were a few times when Yun Nuashing wanted to directly crush them to death, but he was stopped by Hui. God knows what the world's consciousness was thinking. It couldn't be that it really thought that it could serve them well by sending these minions over. No matter what, it should use the power of the entire world to deal with them in a fair fight. And since it could mobilize the army of a city, it should be able to mobilize the other forces of this world. As for why it couldn't, Yun Nuashing and Hui had no idea. Anyway, the situation had become a little strange, and as for how strange it was, either there's something wrong with its head, or the consciousness of chaos hasn't developed well. It wants to deal with us, but it doesn't have the strength. Hui shrugged and said, the only thing they were thankful for now was that it hadn't used the power of this world and the laws of this world to deal with them. Sure enough, it was still something wrong. It didn't use the pure power of this world, but instead sent a group of minions to deal with them. This couldn't even be considered a test. It was simply sending food on a platter, and it was a platter with technical content. Looking at the size of the fleet, it was obvious that it knew that they had great power. How far are we from the surging area? Yun Nuashing pressed her hand on the big head that was sitting under her. It was soft, and it was actually not very comfortable to sit on. A buzzing sound was transmitted into her mind, and Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh of relief. 4 or 5 minutes. That's good. We should have entered the surging area by now, right? The big octopus shook its tentacles to show that it was sure. There was an explosion of energy behind them. Yun Nuashing and Hui turned around. The energy exploded more than 100 feet away from them. They seemed to be unable to continue into the surging area. It was the same just now. They didn't want to set foot in the surging area. They could only follow at the edge. Even if they had the protection of the world's consciousness, it seemed that they couldn't trespass into these places. Just as Yun Nuashing was thinking, he saw a huge circle of pale, red energy suddenly spread towards the horizon. He and Hui both turned their attention to it. The pale red energy circle enveloped the entire area like a blockade circle that surrounded the place. Is this the blockade order you mentioned? Hui looked at it curiously. Well, there are several energy nodes. Every part of the blockade circle is guarded by a considerable amount of energy. In a world of this level of energy, it's a very powerful way to use energy. But this thing is completely useless against us. Yun Nuashing covered his mouth as he yawned and rolled his eyes. Then he suddenly froze. He raised his head slightly. There was a bad atmosphere spreading to this world. It was weak and faint, but it made him feel a very familiar bad thing. "Hui, do you feel it?" Yun Nuashing stretched and yawned. The thought, it's just formed. Hui used his soul to scan the world. Then he was a little surprised. What are these people going to do? All the people are armed to fight against the foreign enemies, Yun Nuashing replied faintly. They had just used their own power to scan this world, and found that in addition to the light red fleet, there were a lot of fleets suddenly gushing out of the Sand City, pointing in their direction at the moment with murderous intent. And at this moment, all the fleets leaving the city were heading towards them. Some fleets that were originally wandering outside suddenly changed their course and headed towards them. Almost 70% of the human race's power in this world had gathered, and they were completely prepared to perish together. Seeing this, Yun Nuashing and Hui Du looked dignified. It seemed that the consciousness of chaos was not only brainless, but also a little confused and a little intoxicated. After looking at each other, both of them sighed helplessly. They couldn't kill them over such a trivial matter, and now the development of the situation was getting stranger and stranger. They couldn't figure out what the newborn consciousness of the world was going to do. It had such an obvious intention to attack. If it had the ability to directly use the power of the world and the power of the rules, then they would have a chance to fight back. Why did it send a group of cannon fodders to crush them in the face? What was this? The formation of this idea meant that most of the intelligent and spiritual beings in this world, this was referring to the human race here, it seemed that the sandworms had not made any moves yet, had the same idea, and that was to get the two of them out of here or kill them on the spot. The group of people in the light red fleet did not listen to human words. They could not get any response from communicating with them. They could not understand what those people were thinking at all. Sometimes Yun Nuashing even felt that the group of people chasing behind him was like a group of evil spirits. He did not know whether he had feelings or shirleji. It seemed that ever since they came to this sea urchin world, things had always been strange. They didn't have time to do anything, but inexplicably attracted the attention of the chaotic consciousness of this world. They dug a stone, and the chaotic consciousness of this world burst a blood vessel. Now, it even asked all the humans to pick up weapons and fight fiercely with them. Logically speaking, it would be easy for them to kill all the life in this world, including the chaotic consciousness itself. But now, the situation was too confusing. They didn't know what had happened, but it suddenly developed into this situation. Did they really have to destroy this world? I'm fine, but Feng, your patience should be running out soon, right? Hui stretched and said to Yun Nuashing with a smile. Yun Nuashing glanced at him and nodded casually. Those who knew him well would know that his patience was running out when they saw his slightly gloomy expression. If he waited a little longer, he would definitely explode and be destroyed. No, you said that we have to endure it. After all, we still have to come into contact with the chaotic consciousness of this world, Hui said while holding back his laughter. The veins on Yun Nuashing's forehead bulged, and his face showed that he was trying hard to suppress his irritation. Even if we have to endure it, we can't endure it like this. Why is it allowed to slap us in the face, but we can't slap it in the face? If we want to fight, we have to be mentally prepared to be pressed to the ground at any time. This is obviously an act of hostility. Why should I? Okay, I'll endure it for a little longer. Well, don't be anxious. Hui looked at a certain flammable and explosive object and forced himself to swallow his anger. When Hui glared at him, he quickly restrained his expression, coughed dryly, and said solemnly, Anyway, with our strength, this world won't hurt us no matter what it does. At most, it will be a little annoying. We can use our own actions to get rid of them and find out the reason why the chaotic consciousness of this world suddenly attacked us crazily. Or we can just kill them without caring about anything. But if there really is a reason behind this, we have no fate with this world's chaotic consciousness. After all, when we first arrived, it didn't do anything at all. It just suddenly went crazy. It probably went crazy when you said it took a stone from someone else. Yun Nuashing. There were still 3 or 4 of those stones underground. Did it have to chase him all over the world for this thing? And from the looks of it, they didn't seem to want to chase him back. They just wanted to press him to the ground and beat him up. It doesn't matter whether it's to understand the underworld's information or to obtain the power to suppress the abyssal death mist. Foam, do you really think that if we obtain the power to suppress the abyssal death mist from this world, we can easily turn the situation around? At most, it'll be better if we have a little more strategy. Yun Nuashing shook his head decisively. The abyssal death mist was indeed the underworld's most powerful force. But, to be complete, there should be 2 words at the end. First, the underworld's strength came from their own strength. They had more than one primeval life form, and they also had more than one primeval life form. In addition, they also had the ability to erode and disturb the Order Void. Under these conditions, if they really wanted to attack, the Order Void would not last long. Using the abyssal death mist was the cheapest, fastest, and most convenient way. It could greatly reduce their own losses and allow them to easily take over the Order Void. On the other hand, even if they could withstand the attack of the abyssal death mist with a very small price, it would not be easy to continue resisting the attack of the underworld, a race of gods. In any case, the final ending of the entire era would only lead to the only inevitable ending. His shallow resistance to try to change that ending was ultimately unrealistic. Now, the more he knew and understood, the more he felt that the ending was a binding abyss used to end all his fantasies and all his self-righteous reversals. Then it settled. Hui shrugged. He thought so too. Now, let's wait and see for a while. Let's first find the reason why the world will of this world suddenly went crazy. If we can find it, then we'll look for it. If we can't find it, or if it's just crazy, then it's not too late to blow it up. After that, we'll have to find someone and rush back to the Order Void. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh and nodded in agreement. For now, it was indeed better. They came all the way here, and, of course, they did not want to blow up something and run away. There was another main reason, and that was that it seemed to be of the same race as the little girl. If possible, he also hoped to keep it, but that was not a reason for him to let it do whatever it wanted. It didn't take long for them to find the destination of the surging area. It was a sunny day, but the sky was dark and gloomy. It was as if the sky and the earth were giving off an unhealthy feeling, which made them feel disgusted for no reason. Buzz. The giant octopus muttered a few words in Yun Nuashing's mind. It seemed to be saying that although this place was very rich in energy and it did not have any substantial effect on them, the feeling here was not very good. It just made them feel disgusted, so they would not come to this place if they had nothing to do. Yun Nuashing jumped down from the giant octopus's head. Just as they stepped on the lightless desert, a sudden gust of wind blew in their faces. At the same time, there was an abnormal and very disgusting stench. It was as if the smell of the dead and some indescribable things had been left here for 10,000 years. The smell was still sealed, and now it was all over their faces. Yun Nuashing and Hui rolled their eyes. They almost purified this place together. Can you guys become smaller? Yun Nuashing turned around and looked at the huge octopus and the seahorse life form and said. The 2 giant beasts looked at each other and mumbled as they shrank their bodies. After a while, their bodies wriggled and shrank to the size of only 2 to 3 feet. They still looked a little big, but they were much smaller than their original size. They floated on the sand beside the 2 and slowly turned their heads to look at this place. They were also curious about this place that they did not often come to. It would be better if the smell here was better. The smell here was so disgusting that they wanted to drill their heads into the sand. This smell, this disgusting smell, this feeling. Hui was still breathing in the wind, and now his handsome face was green and black. Is the abyssal death mist here F** king gone bad? Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. Could the abyssal death shroud have changed? Seriously, he could tell that it was the abyssal death shroud the moment he stepped into this place. However, the abyssal death shroud they had encountered in the past would have dealt a huge blow to their spirit, since it lasted for 100 million years. However, the abyssal death shroud in this place had a huge impact on their physiology and body. Even energy life forms would feel that they had dimmed a little. Normal abyssal death shroud would not emit such a weird smell. Damn it, there was no smell at all. At most, it would make them feel that something was wrong with their senses and order. This pungent smell before them was no different from an exploding cesspool. He clutched his stomach and throat, his face contorted. Luckily, I'm an energy life form. Otherwise, I would be eloquent now. Yun Nuashing felt that he was talking about physical eloquence, and it was a statement and not a description. He had the same feeling too, just not as strong. The two behemoths said that they had almost vomited out the energy they ate last year. At this moment, they could see that the seahorse and the octopus had changed color. The seahorse was now blue. Yun Nuashing could not remember what color it used to be, but the octopus had changed from dark red to a poisonous purplish black, with green and red spots all over its body. A normal person would probably die just by touching it. Why do you have such a weird change too? Yun Nuashing could not help but ask. The octopus said that the environment of the energy field here was not very good. The smell was a little strong, and it was a little uncomfortable for them. Their bodies would have all kinds of strange reactions to deal with this change. Yun Nuashing simply put an energy barrier on them. The bodies of the two sovereigns, which had become colorful, immediately recovered. Then they stretched and showed that they were comfortable. The power of the abyssal death mist is not something that can be easily adapted to. No matter how strange your colors become, you won't be able to adapt to it. Don't leave the barrier. After warning the two behemoths, Yun Nuashing and Hui walked inside together. Hui could not help but say after 2 steps, "Oh my God, this smell directly penetrates into my soul. Oh my God, what the hell is this? Why don't I remember that the abyssal death mist has such a disgusting function? This sea urchin world is formed by the abyssal death mist. In theory, the existence of this world itself is a huge condensation of the abyssal death mist. Since the abyssal death mist is allowed to be distorted by the green sand blood, it probably allows the abyssal death mist to be strengthened or something here. No, it's disgusting." After saying a few words, Yun Nuashing felt that his nose and mouth were filled with the disgusting smell of decay. He quickly waved his hand, and the bright, white energy of order formed a storm and swept out. At the same time, a layer of barrier covered the two of them. Only then did they feel a little better. I also smell the disgusting that stands on the concept of laws. At this moment, the little angel let go of the hand that was covering her nose and mouth. She panted and said, "You are also affected?" Yun Nuashing paused for a moment and frowned slightly. If that was the case, the smell was an indiscriminate influence. Even the little angel, who was of the same kind, was affected. However, within the rotten smell, he also felt another kind of smell. It was mixed with a tenth of the smell that was similar to the sins of the world, the smell of a mixture of evil and the power of death. The abyssal death mist of this world must have eaten something bad. Chapter 1502. In the huge desert that shone with a golden radiance, there was an area that suddenly became abnormally dark. The light was suppressed by an indescribable power, and the desert lost its luster. Fierce winds blew between heaven and earth, and surging energy rolled in the sky, adding a hint of strangeness to this already dark area. "I say, are we really going to go in?" Yun Nuashing and his companions stood in a dark desert that did not look like a naturally formed terrain at first glance. The sand around them sank like a staircase. They were now standing at the bottom of this huge trapezoidal pit, about 100 meters down. And at the bottom, how should he put it? There seemed to be a cave hole, which made Yun Nuashing sigh with emotion. He might have been a gopher in his previous life. Whether it was in the realm of the gods or in other worlds, the thing he did the most was to burrow into the ground. The strongest reaction of the abyssal death mist is coming from this place. Do you think we should go in? We glanced at Maple, who had suddenly entered a convulsive state and started to mumble. He did not understand why Maple had suddenly turned into a statue and scratched his head in puzzlement. If you think there's a problem, why don't you stay up here and I'll go down and take a look? It's not that there's a problem. Forget it, it's nothing. Yun Nuashing sighed and shook his head, shaking off the strange thought that had been triggered. Let's go, time waits for no one. Hui scratched his cheek, flattened his mouth, and followed the two behemoths into the cavern at the bottom of the trapezoidal pit. The presence of the abyssal death mist that came rushing at them thickened instantly when it crossed the boundary between the inside and the outside of the cavern. The color of the octopus and the seahorse began to change again, but Hui quickly put a barrier over them to suppress the influence of the abyssal death mist on them. He frowned. They had been in contact with the abyssal death mist for a long time and could quickly get used to the oppressive and eerie environment. But he could feel that the abyssal death mist they faced this time was unprecedentedly strong and eerie, and perhaps that was why it emitted that strange stench. This is not an underground cavern. This is a conceptual layered space. Yun Nuashing, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and spoke. He suddenly lifted his foot and stomped on the ground. The whole crypt suddenly trembled violently. The trembling lasted for about 10 seconds, shaking off a handful of dust on the top of the cave. Then it slowly returned to normal. The surrounding scene was like a dream returning to reality. Most of the space suddenly became blurry, as if it had sunk into water and became transparent. The transparent space shook for a while, expanded a part of it, and became stuck. Then it returned to normal little by little. It was so normal that nothing had happened. We also understood something from this and couldn't help but frown. Sure enough, but it's really hard. It seems that there's no way to break it easily. I can tell. Yun Nuashing nodded and didn't take any drastic measures. Let's not worry about it for now. Let's go down and see what's down there. His sudden movement accidentally scared the two creatures. They trembled for a moment, and when they saw the strange and incomprehensible scene, they were so scared that their tentacles curled up. Other than the slight movement when they first came in, the rest of the journey was peaceful. This sealed space was only about 10 meters high, but from the senses of the body, there seemed to be no limit to the size of the cave. Their eyes and their own senses made a mistake in their judgment. The two dominators were moving around and felt uncomfortable all over. They kept touching their eyes, and their tentacles curled and straightened repeatedly. Yun Nuashing and the others were already used to the various abnormal situations in the abyssal death mist. They didn't care about those and were very alert as they walked deeper into the cave. They were alert and focused, and their minds were a little out of control. But soon his wandering thoughts were pulled back to the original place. Yun Nuashing had just blinked when he suddenly caught a glimpse of something from the corner of his eye. It was dark like a shadow. In this dark place affected by the abyssal death mist, it was not particularly easy to identify. He was stunned for a moment. Just as he was about to focus, Huey's loud reminder made him quickly come back to his senses. Be careful! It's a manifestation. Yun Nuashing, who was about to do something, felt a familiar energy aura and put down his raised hand. Then he saw Huey's figure charge forward with a golden light. A wave of energy movement that was not too intense but very powerful came from not far away. The golden light illuminated the dark underground, dispersing part of the abyssal death mist that was lingering here. He just happened to see Hui crush an abyssal death mist manifestation with one hand, and it disappeared into nothingness. A humanoid manifestation, and it's very small. How strange! Hui clapped his hands and walked back to Yun Nuashing's side. But this place is so thin, yet the abyssal death mist can give birth to a manifestation. I seem to have thought of something. Phone, did you think of anything? Didn't you say you thought of something? Why did you turn around and ask me? Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment, his eyes wide open. "Oh, can't you be more reliable? Tell me, tell me." Hui moved closer to Yun Nuashing with a flattering smile, but was mercilessly pushed away by the latter, who said flatly, "Instinct, what else could it be? Some of the basic rules of the abyssal death mist should be some kind of command that would make it subconsciously transform itself into something. Perhaps the manifestation formed by the abyssal death mist is some kind of instinct. In short, the sudden appearance of a barely formed manifestation. It was just a vague, humanoid manifestation that had not evolved to a very clear state. Furthermore, it seemed to have great power but did not seem to know how to use it, and did not react to Huey's sudden attack. It succeeded in making the already strange atmosphere a little more tense, although the source of that tension was the octopus and the seahorse who had curled into two 1-meter-sized balls. Those two fellows had never seen such a scene, and instinctively adopted a defensive posture that they felt was the safest. The energy in Yun Nuashing's body began to surge. This was not the time to be merciful or anything. If they did not handle the manifestation of the abyssal death mist properly, they would be screwed. Furthermore, the abyssal death mist in this place was unprecedentedly thick and strong, so there was no way they could relax. If necessary, they would still have to act even if it would alarm the world's consciousness. Meanwhile, the manifestations of the abyssal death mist usually came in groups. The appearance of one was merely a warning to them, telling them that there would be an army of abyssal death mist behind them. However, they were already prepared. After all, this world was still formed by the abyssal death mist. If two manifestations did not appear, they would feel that something was missing. Bang! Just as they turned a corner, a powerful energy blast suddenly came at them, causing the distracted Yun Nuashing to snap back to reality. She casually swung the Netherruin's sword forward and cut the oncoming abyssal death mist in half, bypassing them and crashing into the rock wall behind them, causing the entire space in the cave to tremble. "Oh, this number is a little interesting. There's something to it." Hui turned a corner and whistled. After turning a corner, a steep cliff appeared, and at the bottom of the cliff was a large group of black, humanoid manifestations. Their bodies were surging with dark red energy, and they were shrieking like malicious spirits, causing the conceptual space to tremble slightly. Most of these things are newly formed. Yun Nuashing gestured at the space below the cliff with the Netherruin sword and said, "It probably sensed that we were coming here, and realized that it could not stop us with the people outside, so it hurriedly gathered the manifestations and sped up its steps to create more." Yun Nuashing glanced at Hui as she said, "I actually hope that I won't encounter these things when I finally come out for a vacation." Hui grinned. "You wish. Didn't you just say that you haven't finished the scavenger mission? Now you're starting to daydream." Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh and shook his head. He picked up the Netherruin's sword and strode forward. Suddenly he leapt high into the air. The Netherruin's sword in his hand drew a purplish-black arc in the air as he smashed into the bottom of the cliff with his sword. The tremendous energy shockwave caused the entire space to tremble violently. The energy shockwave, visible to the naked eye, destroyed swathes of the manifestations and tossed the rest into the sky. Hui followed closely behind Yun Nuashing's footsteps. With a loud shout, he charged into the battlefield with a brilliant golden light. He was like a golden shooting star that caused the space that was already on the verge of collapse to tremble nonstop. At the side, the little octopus and the little seahorse had already hugged each other and were trembling. They had never seen such a scene before. What was going on? How could there be such a terrifying life form in this world? And such a terrifying little thing? They should just watch from the sidelines, right? They shouldn't have to go down and fight. Yun Nuashing and Hui were having fun at the bottom of the cliff with all their might. Just as they were about to release all their energy, they suddenly realized that there weren't many manifestations left. Both of them were stunned when they saw this. Hui saw that there weren't many manifestations left in an instant, and he stopped the sword in his hand in a daze. Finished. Yun Nuashing had used a miniaturized magic formation and the Netherworld ruins sword to clean up. It had only been half a minute since the start of the battle, and she was already cleaning up the remnants of the defeated troops. He looked at the empty space around them, hesitated for a while, and then nodded. Seems like it's finished. We couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had used a shocking entrance to smash this space into smithereens. He was about to unleash his rule domain and various powers, and then it was over. There was only a difference of 1 or 2 minutes between the beginning and the end. It felt like when he had gathered all his energy and was about to rush through the void, the other side suddenly surrendered. This wasn't holding back. This was inexplicable. All right, in any case, he also felt that it was impossible to fight in this world. Suddenly, a small group of abyss, death, mist manifestations appeared and made him dream back to the battlefield 100 million years ago. He was about to fight when he suddenly woke up and then, well, now there wasn't even a single manifestation left. Let's go. Seems like this is all. Let's continue forward. Yun Nuashing looked up and said, subconsciously. Then she froze. They had already reached the end of this conceptual space, and there was nothing left. Oh, there's no need to continue. We seem to have reached the end. This is the place. Hui lifted his foot and walked around twice. Suddenly, he closed his eyes as if he was sensing something. Then he stomped on the ground, which had already spread countless cracks but had yet to collapse. He glanced down and waved at Yun Nuashing. Phone! Quickly come and take a look. I found something here. Yun Nuashing turned around and saw that Hui had already jumped down into the hole. Without thinking, he jumped down as well. His body fell tens of meters and suddenly landed on another piece of ground. Pudgy! Pudgy? Yun Nuashing was stunned. He seemed to have stepped on something soft with a slight curvature. It looked like a tree root, but he didn't care about that for the time being. He saw Hui standing at the side, looking ahead, and couldn't help but smack his lips. He also raised his head. This was a spacious underground hall. The color and light were gloomy and dim. The only light came from the front. It was a wall, a black wall that flickered with a dark red light. In the middle of the wall, there was an obvious curvature like an eardrum, and around the wall, there were many root-like things spreading in all directions, spreading to the ceiling, the other walls, and the ground. His gaze followed one of the roots and saw under his feet. Well, he saw the thing that made a pudgy sound when he stepped on it. It was that root-like thing. This thing was soft like a blood vessel, and together with the wall, it looked like some kind of huge tissue. It didn't look like anything good. This thing is really spectacular. Hui looked left and right, then squatted down and poked the soft, root-like thing. It was like a water bag filled with water, and it was difficult to poke it with a little force. Phone, do you know what this is? Even if I'm the Void Encyclopedia. Yun Nuashing helplessly crossed his arms and shook his head. But this is a new world that has never been recorded. How would I know what this thing is? Have you seen anything like this in the abyssal death fog before? Hui shook his head without thinking. I remember all the abyssal death fog that I've seen, so I really haven't seen anything like this, but okay, I know. I'll analyze it. You can shut up. Yun Nuashing gnashed his teeth and glared at Hui. Seeing Hui smile and scratch his head, Yun Nuashing sighed and walked forward. This guy was obviously a heavenly god, but he had to let him do these things. Yun Nuashing even felt that this guy's heavenly god primeval, White, had leveled up. Standing in front of this huge wall that looked like some kind of biological tissue, Yun Nuashing pondered for a moment and pressed his hand on the wall. Then he suddenly withdrew his hand and said concisely, "It's alive, it's some kind of tissue with a living body." After saying that, he took a few steps back and pondered for a moment. Hui, do you think the abyssal death fog can create a material life form? This. Theoretically. Well, after all, even the wrong life form that was born from the loopholes of the rules exists, right? It doesn't seem unacceptable for 1 or 2 material life forms to emerge from the abyssal death fog. Hui was speechless as he spoke. Bullsh asterisk T. How can there be such a strange thing in the void? The abyssal death mist, regardless of whether it was the group of low-intelligence creatures that were manifestations or the little angel, and origin sky that were life forms, they were all energy life forms that were directly born from the abyssal death mist. However, if they wanted the abyssal death mist to give birth to a material life form, Yun Nuashing and the others really couldn't understand what kind of complicated process they had to go through to create one. I don't understand either. Yun Nuashing shrugged. He raised his chin and pointed at the huge wall in front of them. But the truth is in front of us. Although that is not even a formed life form, it should belong to a part of a material life form. A part. Yes, even if it is just a part, an organ, it still belongs to a material life form. Oh, that's weird. He scratched his head hard and then frowned. But material life forms are inefficient, and fragile things. Is it fun to imprison one's spirit and soul in a shell that has loopholes in every aspect? Being an energy life form, being able to change into whatever life form it wants, being able to experience reality, and being free. Isn't that nice? You can be merciful. You have been through that stage yourself. Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched. Hui laughed dryly. I'm used to it. Ahem, let's not talk about my opinion first. It can't be that its brain is really stuck in a door to create such a weird thing, right? Only God knows. Yun Nuashing shook his head. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. You reminded me. After all, it is just a consciousness. It has not formed, and it is very fragile in its growth stage. If it urgently needs to do something at this stage to affect the world without affecting its slowly growing consciousness, then the best way is not to go through the trouble of creating an energy life form to walk the world. Using the cheapest way to directly affect the world is actually the most convenient. After all, it is equivalent to changing its own body structure. Oh, I made something that I wanted to use to influence this world. We understood. An energy life form that was not very condensed and conceptual would have a very weak impact on the world. That level of energy life form was no different from a shadow. Naturally, it could not be compared to the final form of an energy life form like them. However, its consciousness was still growing and was still very fragile. There were many limitations. It naturally could not reach their level, so it could only forcefully change a part of its body to affect the world. This thing doesn't look like anything good. Should we destroy it? Yun Nuashing reached out his hand and pointed straight ahead. The energy began to surge, converge, and was about to burst out. If we destroy it, it is equivalent to declaring war on the world's consciousness. He raised his eyebrows and said calmly, It is not a good idea to leave it here and let it accumulate energy to create a body. Since we have found out that it can create a body, then we don't have to care about order or not. That is something that can't be helped. Destroying it will save us some trouble. As Yun Nuashing spoke, the energy gathered in his hand suddenly burst out. Huey's words only gave him a choice. If possible, he did not want to fall out with the world's consciousness. However, since it had expressed such a stance, then destroy it. The dark red energy that was like a long sword instantly pierced through the huge life form's tissue. The expected blood and liquid did not gush out. The place where the wall was pierced seemed to have become crystallized. Several huge fragments were blasted out by the dark red energy. Then the wall suddenly burst out with an extremely bright, dark red light. It was so bright that it was as if a star was shining in front of their eyes. An abnormal surge of energy suddenly burst out from the wall and spread to every root. The entire underground space suddenly became abnormally bright. Yun Nuashing and Hui were stunned. They shouted in their hearts at the same time, Not good. It's going to explode. Retreat. Hui let out a loud cry. He grabbed Yun Nuashing's arm and rushed out of the cave. Then, with a sudden attack, he rushed towards the direction of the cave. He grabbed the little octopus and the little seahorse, who were huddled together with a confused look on their faces, and rushed out of the cave. The black light, mixed with dark red, was abnormally bright and dazzling behind them. Boom! An earth-shattering roar shook the entire sea of sand with shock waves. A red and black mushroom cloud gradually rose from the horizon. Chapter 1503. So, why is it that in the end, if we don't run into trouble, then it will turn into an explosion? A few hundred meters in the air, we looked at the mushroom cloud rising from the ground and could not help but whistle. He sniffed and said, "Well, this is an explosion with a smell. It's like digging in feces with one's hand. Stop talking, it's disgusting." Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. The explosion of the huge and inexplicable biological tissue had released an unusually large amount of energy, including the stench of decay. The smell had spread out, and no one within 100 miles would be able to survive. However, the 100 miles around the surging zone was a forbidden zone for life. Not to mention humans, even sandworms were rare. After watching the mushroom cloud roll for half an hour, the abyssal death shroud that filled the area gradually dissipated. Yun Nuashing opened a crack in the space and threw all the abyssal death shroud into the void to purify it. After the mushroom cloud had completely disappeared, he looked in another direction. Where is the other place? This question was directed at the dominators of the two surging zones. After a while, Yun Nuashing heard a buzzing sound in his head. However, this time the sound was much softer and sharper. It seemed to be coming from the side. He lowered his head and saw a palm-sized octopus curled up on his shoulder. He could not help but be stunned. "What are you doing? Acting cute?" One of the dominators of the surging zone mumbled timidly. After destroying the inexplicable abyssal death shroud, the uncomfortable and unpleasant atmosphere that lingered in the sea of sand had suddenly dissipated. The energy in the surging zone did not change. It was just like the sky after the rain, and the sun had come out from behind the thick clouds to stretch itself. After settling the matter of this place, Yun Nuashing and Hui wanted to land on the sea of sand again. Suddenly, they remembered that there was a large group of ships waiting for them outside the surging zone. There were more forces coming from every corner of the sea of sand. When they thought of this, they felt a little bit of a headache. Forget it, let's not care about them. Hui suddenly let out a long sigh. He reached out and grabbed Yun Nuashing as they flew across the sky. After passing through a cloud layer, a layer of order barrier enveloped the two of them. And I found something. Yun Nuashing looked at Hui in surprise, as if a certain lazy bastard could actually use his brain to think. She exclaimed loudly, "You can actually think by yourself." Hui. Although he often threw many problems to Maple to think and solve, it was not because he was too lazy. Professional matters should be left to the professionals. He was more suited to stand by and do nothing. Sometimes he also felt that it would be good if he could let Maple enter this realm. The benefits of letting Maple enter this realm would be greater than him entering the realm of Premier. Since when could entering the primeval stage be measured by benefits? In any case, that was what it meant. Yun Nuashing tilted her head and looked at the guy who had suddenly fallen into deep thought. After a while, she pulled her hand out of his and reminded him, "You haven't told me what you found. We're almost at the edge of that area. If you want to say something, say it now." "Oh, you'll know when you get there." Hui came back to his senses. He showed a row of big white teeth and gave her a thumbs up. "When I see it, I don't need to say anything. Your words will be seen through at a glance." Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes at him and was about to quarrel with him. Then her expression suddenly changed, and she stopped in midair. Hui saw it and stopped as well. He had an "I knew it" look on his face. He crossed his arms and laughed nonstop. They had now arrived at the edge of the surging zone. The sea of sand beneath them was an exceptionally spectacular sight. Ships of all sizes, ranging from thousands of feet to tens of thousands of feet in size, were densely packed and orderly lined up at the edge of the surging zone. The ships painted in various colors were woven into a huge net as if they were waiting for something. Furthermore, the many energy stones carried on the ships were also emitting energy reactions that were unusually shocking for this world. Judging from the situation, they would probably be greeted with a barrage of cannons the moment they showed themselves. If this happened in the void, it would be the same situation as them gathering the power of order to deal with the abyssal death shroud, except that they were the ones being dealt with here. A certain octopus and a certain seahorse glanced down, and then felt the need to hide behind the two of them. There were too many things that they had not seen today, and they could not react to it all. Abyssal death mist. Yin Nuashing suddenly murmured. They didn't sense it at first, but now that so many people had gathered here to fish, they finally sensed the faint reaction of the abyss death mist. Moreover, it was coming from all the people on the ships. It was too weak, and they couldn't sense it at all if they sensed it alone. Even with so many people gathered together, they could only faintly sense its existence. It's probably using the weak abyssal death mist to control them. With the power of the abyssal death mist, it would be easy to control these mortals whose strength, spirit, and soul are not strong. Even if it's just a small part of its power, it would be enough to give them a mental hint. They would not even know what they are doing. We came up to them and whispered. I thought it was strange that the world consciousness could mobilize these powers. Now that I see it, there is indeed a problem, right? Yun Nuashing tilted her head. Breaking a pot when it has nothing to lose. I'm not sure about that. I felt something was wrong and unnatural from the start. By the way, which world consciousness could affect its own world to such an extent. The world you are looking at is not a normal world. Yun Nuashing shook her head. Looking at the fleet that was still gathering below, she suddenly thought of the world that Dao Heaven came from. It was like this when the age of chaos came. All life in the world would suddenly lose their minds and gather together to slap each other. It was just that here, they were all gathered together to slap the two of them. Suddenly, a weak energy fluctuation came from the sky, making Yun Nuashing and Hui tremble. There was an inexplicable power descending from the concept layer and accurately finding the two of them. However, the part of the power that was mobilized was too weak, even their barrier did not ripple. It found us. Looks like we can't hide. Hui spread his hands helplessly. But the warning this time seems to be a little more direct. This guy is directly mobilizing the rule power to suppress us. Also, it seems to be a little weaker. Yun Nuashing played with her long hair. After a while, she said, let's go. Ignore them. If it doesn't want to show itself, let it continue to hide. When it can't hide anymore, it will naturally jump out. It will only be more anxious than us. A newborn consciousness. I want to see what kind of waves it can stir up. We looked into the distance a few times, and a strange feeling arose in his heart for no reason. The waves couldn't make much waves, but it wasn't difficult to create some trouble for them. After all, this was still the world it controlled. It was just that there were too many strange things in this world. There were too many inconsistencies and unreasonable places. The movement in the second surging zone was much smaller than the first. The energy presence here was also a little different. There was an indescribable energy flowing between heaven and earth. It was a little like the distorted abyssal death shroud, or the energy presence produced after the abyssal death shroud and order forces clashed. It was a situation where they could not be separated. It was also an underground cavern. There was also a group of abyssal death shroud spawns guarding this place. Moreover, the spawns guarding this place were all new and newly created. It was probably forced by the duo to the point that it had a desire to live. It could see them, and it had been watching them all the way to this place. They did not know what it was doing, but it seemed to be very important. The more nervous it was about the defense of this place, the more suspicious Yin Nuashing and the others felt, and the more ruthless they attacked. By the time the two of them had gotten rid of a large number of derivatives with ease and found the underground cavern where the unknown biological tissue was stored, Yun Nuashing and the others were slightly stunned. There was still a huge biological tissue in front of them, but did not look like a wall like the first one they saw. It was a huge sarcoma hanging in midair in the cavern. 2 strands of fibrous tissue that looked like tree branches extended out from both ends of the sarcoma and finally wrapped around the ground at both ends, spreading out like tree roots. The entire underground cavern was a sarcoma and a tree root-like object. As for the touch, it was the same as the first object, like a blood vessel, like a water bag. Yun Nuashing and Hui looked at each other. The former stepped forward to examine the sarcoma. Suddenly, she raised her right hand. Dark red energy gathered on her right hand and stabbed into the sarcoma like a knife. She thought she would see the crystal shattering and the energy spilling out. Instead, she saw a dark red liquid spewing out from inside. Yun Nuashing was so frightened that she quickly pulled her hand back and took a few steps back. EW. So disgusting. Hui also took a few steps back with an unbearable expression on his face. The 2 of them stood a few meters away and watched the tumor spurt out blood. A strong stench suddenly filled the underground cave, causing the 2 of them to roll their eyes. Hui quickly covered his nose. When I came in, I didn't feel the stench. I thought it was over. I didn't expect it to be hidden here. Yun Nuashing raised her head and looked at the sarcoma. She lowered her head and looked at her hand. She felt a wave of nausea. She wailed and shook her hand vigorously. My hand! It's rotten! It's rotten! It's discolored! It's rotten! Hui was speechless. How could an energy life form rot? But he could understand Maple's feelings. This time, he really put his hand into his cesspool. This was not a matter of disgust. This was a fact. The liquid, with the stench of decay, quickly turned into gas and dissipated in the air after it was sprayed on the ground. That was the energy compressed into liquid. When the sarcoma spat out all the liquid energy and became dry, there was not a single drop of water in the underground cavern. Only the ominous energy that was so dense that it turned into fog lingered here. Well, how should I put it? It was really smelly and fishy. Hui touched Yun Nuashing's arm with his arm. There's no water. There seems to be something inside. At this moment, the shriveled sarcoma emitted a faint energy light from the center. The dark red color looked like a solidified blood clot, which inexplicably made people's hearts palpitate a little. Hui used his sword of the guardian to poke the shriveled sarcoma with only a layer of skin left. He then picked up the skin from where Yun Nuashing had dug out her hand. Both of them craned their necks to look inside and saw the light source. The internal structure was more like a sarcoma. There were hideous, blood vessel-like tissues inside, glowing with an unpleasant dark red light. After losing the rich energy, they still emitted a faint fluorescent light that wandered around the inner wall of the sarcoma. Only some residual tissues were still twitching and agitating. In the center, there was a regular oval thing hanging in the middle like the sarcoma. It looked like a core or an egg. An egg. Hui frowned. But even if it's an egg, it can't hatch anything. This thing is more like a core. As he spoke, he poked the oval with his sword. It was hard, and the surface was a little bumpy. It was not round at all. There were many small things like tendons and blood vessels wrapped around it. They were very, very small. It was difficult to see them without a layer of skin. Hui glanced at Yun Nuashing, who had a disgusted look on his face, laughed, and suppressed the thoughts in his stomach. He stretched out his holy sword and cut off all the things that were connected to the oval core and the things around it. Then he used a layer of energy to wrap that thing and pulled it out. When it was pulled out, there were still some things that were connected to it. When it was pulled out of the sarcoma, those things were all torn apart with a burst of energy. In the end, it was taken out without any damage. Yun Nuashing glanced at it, his cheeks twitched fiercely, and he quickly took a step back. Don't give it to me. I'm a clean freak. I was so disgusted just now. Yun Nuashing saw that Hui intended to give it to her. She took a few more steps back with a look of disgust. She covered her nose and shook her hands vigorously. Hui smiled bitterly. He had no choice but to look at it carefully. However, when he began to observe, he saw Yun Nuoxing carefully coming over from a distance. She looked curious, but wanted to keep a distance. This made him want to play with her. But when he thought about the consequences of teasing Maple, Hui fiercely suppressed the uncontrollable thoughts that were born in his heart. His expression twisted for a while before it completely disappeared. He let out a long sigh of relief. It looks like an energy core, an energy crystal. Yun Nuoxing condensed a stick out of energy and poked the oval thing a few feet away. After it was pulled out of the sarcoma, its surface became very smooth. The things that were connected to it all fell off. Then there was nothing special. It was filled with pure energy of the abyssal death mist and non-order rules. After a while, she muttered, "It doesn't look like a crystal of the abyssal death mist. It also has some kind of residual reaction after being cut off from a biological tissue. However, there is no breath of life. It's dead, but it has a state of being alive. I can tell if it's a thing made by order rules. Other than that, there's nothing else." Stupid thing, Yun Nuoxing was stunned. She looked at Hui blankly and tilted her head in puzzlement. "Why are you suddenly scolding me? Huh?" Hui was still listening to the lecture humbly just now. Now that he was glanced at, he was a little stunned. His face was full of grievance and confusion. He scratched his head like an ignorant child. "I was just listening to the lecture. Why did you suddenly—" "I didn't open my mouth just now." Yun Nuoxing's voice was a little cold when she heard that. Hui would not lie to her, and she would not directly scold him in such a way. Usually, she would use a cheap and teasing tone to flirt. So, she looked at the oval thing that her energy stick was pointing at in the next second. She raised her hand and slammed the stick on it. "Who the hell are you scolding? Idiot. You will pay for your reckless behavior. Arg. Arg. What you have done to me. Arg. I will return everything 100 times. Woof woof. Everything." The oval thing suddenly lit up, and for some unknown reason, it suddenly opened its mouth. As soon as it opened its mouth, it spat out a fragrance that made Yun Nuoxing's face turn black. He hit it again with the stick, and then it responded with a threat and was hit again. It continued to threaten and continued. Oh, right, this time its voice echoed directly in the underground cave, so Hui and the two little ones could hear it clearly. The two cowards from the surging area had already huddled together, trembling. They curled up and realized that nothing was wrong, so they gathered their courage and went forward to watch. Hui, on the other hand, stared at Maple and the oval ball that he had beaten up with a look of wonder and amazement. "Enough! You are an unreasonable outsider. Arg, violent, barbaric, imbecile, bastard." Bang! This time the fellow did not even finish cursing before he was hit by Yun Nuoxing's stick. He was sent spiraling into the sky and embedded into the ceiling. Hui pointed up with a cold and indifferent face. "Is that the consciousness of this world?" Yun Nuoxing swung the bat in her hand. Her face was blank. "Probably, maybe. It is the only thing that can accurately say that we are outsiders. But did you notice that its voice seems a little familiar?" "No, I didn't recognize it." Yun Nuoxing waved her hand and brought the ball in front of her. She hit it hard with the bat again. "If you spit out that fragrance again, I will cut you into 10,000 pieces and feed them to the sandworms. You will become 10,000 pieces of feces and be recycled 1,000,000 times. If you can't digest it, I will put you in the sandworms' stomachs and banish you forever." "Bah, you think I am scared? Let me tell you, if I am scared today, I will not be Yen%. Don't hit me if you have the ability. Shut up if you have the ability." Hui and the two little ones were stunned. This was the first time they saw someone arguing with a ball. They had lived for a long time. Yun Nuoxing knocked on the ball and said impatiently, "Tell me, what are you?" "What is it?" "I greet you and %, and why are you hitting me again?" Why are you the only one allowed to scold me and not refute me? I meant it literally. There is also oppression. Come out if you are not convinced. I will beat you until you are crippled. You are a flat-chested, barbaric woman. You deserve to be mediocre for the rest of your life. Bang! Hui was sweating profusely. The entire underground cave had collapsed because of that hit. The smoke and dust from the explosion of energy covered up the strange things that happened in the smoke and dust. Only strange sounds and strange slapping sounds could be heard. In the end, the smoke and dust suddenly burst open. Yun Nuashing pierced through the ball and nailed it to the rock wall. The latter did not make a sound. Hui swallowed his saliva and walked forward. He poked the oval-shaped thing. You didn't break it, did you? Yun Nuashing clapped her hands and replied with a kind smile. Oh, it is a kind of doppelganger carrier made by the world's consciousness. How can it be broken so easily? This thing is hard. Don't worry, I know what I am doing. Hui wanted to say that her idea of what she was doing was to accidentally destroy a world and act as if nothing had happened. However, since he had just faced a strange ball for a while and was in a state of excitement and irritation, he did not want to be unlucky. He did not want to be sent flying like a meteor. Yun Nuashing pulled the ball down from the wall. The energy stick dissipated into energy. The place where it was pierced quickly began to recover. She glanced at it and looked at Hui. What do you think? Things that are infected by the abyss death mist are indeed crazy. Hui said. When he saw Yun Nuashing's worried face, he quickly became serious. Well, actually I can't say for sure. However, it seems that it is probably only a part of that consciousness. A part of the consciousness that is used to do something to this world. Using it to affect the world's consciousness may have limited effects. That's right, stupid guy, eh? Bang! The whole world shook and then quieted down. Hui took another look at the ball embedded in the rock wall and sighed. Apart from being a lunatic, he was also a little stupid. As expected, his brain had been F*king suffocated by the paste until it was completely broken. Chapter 1504. Using the Power of Order. He tied up the strange, oval black ball into a dumpling, grabbed it and swung it around in the air a few hundred times. After giving it a godlike treatment, it finally quieted down completely. Of course, it could also be that it was dizzy from being swung around by him, and had yet to recover from the shock and could not say a word. Anyway, this is the first time I've seen a product of the abyssal death mist that can nag so much. Hui looked at the ball that was being held by Yun Nuashing with the net of order behind her back, and could not help but mutter. This thing had inherited the usual characteristics of the abyssal death mist. It was brainless and a little silly, and it was also a little talkative. It used all kinds of curses one after another, and it still had not run out of words. No one knew where this newborn consciousness learned so many words. It did not matter if it had fainted or shut up because of fear. In short, it had finally quieted down. Yun Nuashing looked at Hui tiredly and unconsciously swung the rugby ball in her hand. After a moment, she waved her hand and jumped in the direction of the ground. Hui quickly followed with the two little ones. The two of them were standing in the cave, and before they could begin to think about the next action plan, a dull thud suddenly came from the ground, and then suddenly caused a huge echo in the underground cave. The sudden movement startled the two of them. Yun Nuashing raised his head and looked in all directions. The sound just now was abnormally strange. It was as if they were living in a narrow wooden barrel, and then one day the wooden barrel was suddenly punched from the outside. The violent roar was mixed with some strange sounds, like the shattering of energy crystals, the collapse of cliffs and precipitous cliffs, causing a huge commotion. It made people wonder if the consciousness of this world was finally stimulated to the point that it wanted to perish together with them. Gullialoo! Gullialoo! The little octopus and the little seahorse cried out at the same time. They sounded calm, and there was only a little panic in their voices. They looked in the same direction at the same time, as if they knew the source of the movement and what had happened. Their nervous voices were transmitted to the minds of Yun, Nuashing, and Hui. That blue and black sea. What happened to the sea of the world? Yun Nuashing caught some key words and asked the two little ones. Yun Nuashing was confused. They said that they did not know, but every time there was a big movement or a big change, it was caused by the ocean. However, as they lived in the desert, they did not know what exactly would happen. They did not witness it with their own eyes. They could feel the huge movement coming from the direction of the coast across the desert. There was also the aftermath of the energy, as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Based on my understanding of you, the little angel couldn't help but ask. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and muttered, "Don't say any more. I admit defeat. Forcing two things together can easily bring chaos to the world. For the long-term peace and stability of the void, I suggest," after a while he didn't continue. The little angel couldn't help but ask, "What do you suggest?" "Get rid of the law of the void and make a new one." The little angel was speechless. What a dangerous and explosive thing. After being tricked by the law of the void for so long, he planned to kill the law of the void as well. However, she felt that even if the law of the void was rewritten, they would still be in trouble. They were all made by the will of the void. The two quickly came to the sky and saw that the entire desert was shaking as if it was convulsing. In the distance, the desert peak, which was hundreds of meters high, was shaking its body crazily, shaking off the sand stuck to its body like a sieve. Yellow sand was flying all over the sky. Gradually, it was as if a sandstorm had rolled up between heaven and earth. It was all golden sand. However, the desert and the land were shaking. The sky did not show any signs, the space did not tremble, and the other energy did not move either. The only thing that moved was the land. Well, maybe the tremors of the sea of the world had reached the desert and they felt it. But what kind of tremors could make the two lands so far apart affect each other? Phone! Look, it seems to be slowing down. Hui tugged on Yun Nuashing's sleeve and pointed to the land. The shaking of the entire desert was indeed showing signs of calming down. The shaking desert peak also slowly retracted its afterimage. Yun Nuashing saw this and was about to look away to the sea of the world. Then boom, boom. It was as if the world had suddenly turned upside down, and there was the sound of the continental plates suddenly breaking. That loud sound was not an energy explosion, nor was it the sound of some kind of battle. It was a very simple sound. Amplifying the sound of breaking would by 100 million times and changing the material to steel. Yun Nuashing and the others were frightened by this earth-shattering sound. They subconsciously shrank their heads. Then they saw the entire land in front of them suddenly caved in, and a huge area completely collapsed. When the two of them immediately thought of quicksand and other desert phenomena, they suddenly felt some shadows shrouding them. When they turned around, they saw a large piece of land with a desert approaching them. When they saw this scene, they were completely stunned. The sea of sand was slowly approaching them at a constant speed. It was because the land had suddenly tilted up, forming a sharp angle with the horizontal land. At this moment, the sea of sand was really surging toward the place where the big pit had suddenly appeared on the ground like an ocean. The desert mountain slowly collapsed as it tilted, and large pieces of it fell down, finally crashing into the big crack. They thought that the endless sand that could see the sea of sand would fill up the big crack formed by the folding plate. Then Yun Nuashing and the others heard a wave of crashing tides reverberating between heaven and earth. They looked around but did not find any energy movement. In the end, he reacted the fastest and looked down. He saw that the crack that had been folded suddenly surged with foam-like seawater. It was not pure blue seawater, but black seawater that seemed to be dyed with ink, slapping together with the sea of sand, causing a monstrous white foam to rise into the sky. There's also an ocean under this inland. Hui expressed his astonishment. He stared blankly at the seawater that poured directly into the inland. All kinds of sayings such as inland, big island, island-shaped land, floating land, and so on were running through his mind. His mind was in a mess. Don't worry about that. Let's go first. Yun Nuashing looked at the tilted land rapidly approaching them, almost forming a right angle with the horizontal land. She reached out and grabbed Hui, flying higher into the sky. When they reached a higher place, they saw an even more shocking scene. Not only the land below them, but the entire inland of the sea of sand had such movements. The smallest tilted land might have a radius of 70 to 80 miles, while the largest and longest end was probably more than 10,000 miles long. Those tilted or right angles on the land were like mountains standing on the sea of sand. Looking at it, it was an inexplicable feeling. The crashing sound of the tides reverberated between heaven and earth. The sea of sand seemed to have really become an ocean, but the sea water only surged at the place where it broke apart and did not surge up. It looked like the towering mountains were surrounded by the sea. Half of the mountain was soaked in the sea for countless years and was covered with traces of scouring. There were also many inexplicable sea creatures attached to it. As the trembling and tilted mountain peak, many of them fell from the mountain peak and returned to the sea. On the other hand, the dry land covered by yellow sand presented two completely different scenes and colors under the illumination of the sun. It looked particularly strange in this scene. The whole process of the earth shaking lasted for about 12 minutes and gradually calmed down. As for the movements of the inland and the coastal city, forget it. Under such circumstances, what could they do? The people who lived on the land that had not been uplifted and were still, there should be burning incense, and thanking God for not treating the land they lived on as a seesaw. There was indeed a considerable area of the sea of sand that still maintained its normal appearance. It was just that the tremor just now had caused many canyon-like cracks to appear in the sea of sand. Those cracks basically penetrated the entire inland and led to the sea below. Standing at the edge of the cliff and listening carefully, one could hear the thundering echoes of the sea of sand. As for the other uplifted lands, Yun Nuashing looked at the entire land and could not help but fall silent. It was like a rugged mountain peak with strange rocks. The slanted ones were like a machete, and the upright ones were like a tall tower. The sun shone on the sea of sand and cast a large shadow on the land. The air was still filled with the smell of seawater and some things that had been soaked in it. It was a little fishy. This scene is spectacular. Huey's expression was solemn for a long time, and he could not help but say this. The surging area. Yun Nuashing said, solemnly and calmly. He glanced at Hui and said, the surging area has been separated. The surging area of the sea of sand and the surging area of the world sea are connected. Oh! Hui crossed his arms and nodded seriously. He looked at Yun Nuashing's eyes with a serious expression. After a moment of silence, he said in a deep voice, then what will happen? Yun Nuashing, you've been waiting for so long, and then you're telling me this. After being fiercely glared at by Yun Nuashing, Hui immediately became well-behaved. Cough, cough. All right, what's next is very. Phone, I really forgot. Can you remind me? Yun Nuashing was so angry that he laughed. He looked around for something hard to help him recall, but he could not find anything suitable after a long time. So he gave up and let out a long sigh. The surging area is just like the dragon vein in the divine realm. If it is suddenly broken, it will leak a lot of pure energy, but it will not take long for the laws to repair itself and form a dead end. However, if it is broken and connected with other parts of the dragon vein, it will form a new energy cycle, which in turn will affect the area affected by the dragon vein. It is the same here. The changes in the surging area will affect the area affected by the energy of the surging area. As he spoke, he looked at the land that was erected like a tower and pointed at the sky. After a moment of silence, he said, it should have affected the sandworms first, but from the looks of it, there is a 70% to 80% chance that the affected sandworms are already swimming in the sea. By the way, can you survive in the water? The last sentence was directed at the little octopus and the little seahorse. The two cowards had been hugging each other for a long time and had even forgotten to separate their tentacles from each other. They mumbled a long string of words in response. Well, the gist of it was that they had not tried it and did not know if it would work. The thunderous sound that reverberated throughout the land lasted for a full half an hour before it was completely quiet. There were still muffled, thunderous echoes in the distance. Hui only now remembered that he should say something, so he patted Yun Nuashing on the shoulder and said, "Feng, look at how much trouble your troublesome physique has brought to this world." Yun Nuashing said, "No one will think you're mute if you don't talk." After that, he angrily lifted the rugby ball that he was carrying on his back to the front and gave it a hard push, making it spin in circles. "What the hell did you do?" The ball said, "Yen%." What followed was a very beautiful scene. Hui quickly pulled the two cowards and turned around. "Don't look, don't look. The scene is too bloody and violent. Good children, don't look." "Don't worry, I've dealt with it properly." Not long after they turned around, they heard the clapping of hands and Yun Nuashing's affirmation. Hui carefully turned back and saw that Yun Nuashing was still carrying something behind his back. He took a look. Well, now the rugby ball had turned into a barbell. The round part was not round enough, and the straight part was a little bent. Well, this was what he meant by dealt with properly. Hui was very used to it and was not surprised at all. Anything that was dealt with in his hands would not be dealt with unless it was beaten until its mother could not recognize it. Although they did not know what had happened, the world had changed abnormally, a change that was enough to change the whole world. They now felt that the atmosphere had begun to change. Their murderous thoughts were now filled with panic and panic. They seemed to have escaped the control of the abyssal death mist. This was something that Yun Nuashing did not expect. He thought that even at this time, the world's consciousness's control over the mortals would not weaken. Let's go to Coastal City. Since it's said that the turbulence came from the sea of the world, we should be able to find out something there first. Yun Nuashing said and rushed towards the coast in a hurry. Hui was stunned for half a second before he quickly followed. He glanced at Yun Nuashing, who was in a hurry, pondered for a moment, and could not help but whisper, "What if we only see ruins when we go there?" "Then we can only go there." Yun Nuashing looked back and rolled her eyes at him. "We have no other place to investigate." Before they could even get close to the shore, they could already hear the sound of the surging waves reverberating between heaven and earth. It was as if a huge wave of millions of miles was crashing against the earth, as if it was going to shatter the sky along with the earth. Even the color of the sky turned dark. This was not a description, but the sun hanging in the sky seemed to be shrinking, and its light was also weakening bit by bit. However, the change was very weak. What the hell? What the hell is going on? Before they even reached the shore, we couldn't help but exclaim out loud. Right in front of them, over 10 to 20 humongous, wet mountains stood erect on the ground. Seawater and many sea creatures attached to the mountains had been falling bit by bit from the 1,000-miles-tall mountains, falling into the surging ocean. He saw a thousands of meters tall creature falling into the ocean, but a wave just happened to come from the front, and that creature was nowhere to be found. Looking around with her soul, Yun Nuashing could not help but twitch. It was as if there were hundreds of thousands of pillars of creation in this world, but they were all made of the products of this world. Crash! The sound of the huge waves reverberated between heaven and earth. A gust of wind with the smell of the sea blew into Yun Nuashing's face, and she frowned slightly. She felt the movement of the surging energy. Her nose twitched for a moment, and then she turned her eyes abruptly and looked at a place. Not long after she turned her eyes, a mountain more than 100 miles high suddenly burst into a circle of dust at a place more than 10 miles above the sea. Then the mountain suddenly tilted from the top of the mountain and slid out of the bottom bit by bit, falling vertically into the sea, splashing a huge tsunami towards the coast. Bang! Some kind of cracking or exploding sound echoed in her ears. At this time, The mountain that had returned to the sea suddenly rushed out of the water like a boat, heavily covering the sea and causing another wave. Then, like a boat made of a mountain, it rushed towards the coast along the huge waves. With this size and speed, it crashed into the defensive line of coastal city. Even if the energy barrier could withstand the waves, it would not be able to withstand this collision. There's something on that mountain. Hui rubbed his eyes and looked at the strange mountain that was floating on the sea and crashing towards the shore. He frowned slightly. He felt that his vision seemed to be blurred. Some white things were gathering there like willow, the wisps like souls, like in short, white things. He rubbed his eyes for a while and found that it was not the problem with his eyes. It was the white, blurry things that were taking shape little by little. They were white, humanoid energy life forms and many other strange life forms. However, he could only see the outline without any details. It was like a shadow, and this shadow was pure white, so pure that it was like a silhouette. Those unknown energy life forms. Since they were formed out of thin air, they could be considered energy life forms for the time being. They used the mountain under their feet as a surfboard, standing on the mountain and roaring, as if to show their power. No matter how high or how big the waves around them were, they would not touch them, and even the waves in front of them would take the initiative to avoid where they had to pass. Phone! Hurry up and explain what that is. I don't know. Don't ask me. I've never seen it before. Yun Nuashing angrily flung his hair, muttering to himself for a while before withdrawing his soul that had already extended out. Then he held his breath and said, some kind of crudely made energy life forms, no intelligence, no thought, one-time use, have power, and have all kinds of strange forms. What do you think? Huey's cheeks twitched violently. Abyssal death mist spawn? But they have the power of order. If they are spawn, they should also be spawn of order. Yun Nuashing nodded heavily, his extremely solemn expression telling Hui that he was definitely not joking. That unwavering expression made Hui dizzy, holding his head as if his head was hurting. What is this? What is this world trying to do? He still used the vision of a yuan shirt to analyze it. It was not that he did not believe Feng, but the shock he received was too great, and he needed to confirm it again and again. Then he felt an energy presence similar to the abyssal death mist from those white silhouettes of energy life forms. But it was just as Feng said, order version of abyssal death mist spawn. If this thing could be mass-produced, well, the world of order might as well just surrender. They could not win at all. If the only power of order that could be used to restrain and resist the abyssal death mist was ineffective, then what was the point of fighting? They could just stretch out their necks and wait for the slaughter. Since there was no such abyssal death mist spawn outside, they could only assume that this type of spawn had not been known by their kind outside and the underworld. At that moment, Hui suddenly shuddered and looked at Feng tacitly, the flickering light in their eyes conveying the same message. Not a single bit of this world's information must be leaked out. Even if it was destroyed, it must not be known to anyone. Chapter 1505. Those abyssal death, shroud spawns of order, drifted over from the world sea. The wind carried away the unique fishy smell of the sea and the presence of the abyssal death shroud, blowing towards the entire shore. The rising and falling waves were all strange energy bodies of these white silhouettes. After the first mountain broke, several more mountains broke off one after another, turning into sailboats that carried the white silhouettes and broke through the waves rapidly towards the shore. They would crash into the shore with their own ships as the vanguard. The thick presence of the abyssal death shroud, the only difference was that they were in the form of order. This was a white silhouette that the two of them had casually caught when they arrived at the coast. They used a little bit of effort to confirm it. As for the changes in appearance, that was just a side effect. The side effect of the change in order was ignored because the inside of the abyssal death shroud was the same. They were all white, and there was no such thing as an inside of the abyssal death shroud. It was just a cluster of energy, casually rolling the humanoid spawn that was caught into a ball. Yun Nuashing pinched it and threw it into her mouth. As Hui looked at it a dozen times but still could not stand it, she analyzed it on the spot. Dark red radiance flickered over her body for a moment before she nodded. It's exactly the same. The abyssal death shroud's reaction is still intense, but every energy carries the presence of order. The power of order is half chaos and half order. The side of order reacts strongly, while the side of chaos is as silent as the Dead Sea. Perhaps that is one of the reasons why the abyssal death shroud, could manifest order? Whatever the case may be, its complexity and troublesome does not pale in comparison to the inferior distorted life forms that Long Sky and the others had created. Other than that, there is not much change in essence. Then, as we have guessed, the power of order has weakened against them by almost 60%. Restraints and counter-restraints still exist, but the effect of each side is much weaker. They are more resistant to each other, and if they appear en masse at the front lines of the void, the duration of the battle would be extended by hundreds of times. This time, it would not be 100 million years, but tens of billions of years, or even 1 or 2 eras. Boom! With a loud rumble, the nearby coastal city's barrier flickered violently. The radiance of energy rapidly dimmed, and seeing that it was about to lose its effect, Yin Nuashing quickly threw a wave of energy over the barrier while he was at it. The vanguard had already brought the mountain to the coastal city's barrier, and the sailboat alone was enough to crumble the city's defenses. Now that the barrier was held up by force, the spawns all leaped from the boat onto the energy barrier. Yun Nuashing saw a huge sea creature crouching on his barrier and hammering it. Since the creature was just a white silhouette, he could not recognize what it was. After all, the spawns of the abyssal death shroud came in all shapes and sizes, and now that it was covered in a layer of white, he could not recognize it. More spawns surrounded the coastal city's barrier. Those white spawns were bunched together, and from afar it looked like a white barrier with many loopholes and carelessness had wrapped around half of the coastal city's barrier. Yun Nuashing suddenly remembered the threat from the Sea of the World that the young man surnamed Qian and the others had mentioned. He did not know if this was what they were referring to. If the abyssal death shroud was besieging the coastal city, then there were many things that could be justified without him having to put in so much effort to explain. This black, oh no, white thing was a loophole in the rules just by standing there. Against a world with such a low energy level, any damage they did would be deemed as an unsolvable disaster. Ken, Hui suddenly said. Meeting Yun Nuashing's gaze, he grinned and scratched his head. I suddenly thought of this word again. Don't you think this scene is very suitable? Yun Nuashing was speechless. The coastal city that had been targeted by the army of manifestations was only separated by a thin barrier from the many living creatures in the coastal city. To them, the countless living creatures in the coastal city were delicious food, prey waiting to be hunted. Those frail buildings would not be able to stop them. No, wait a moment, he thought. The manifestations did not eat humans either. They only destroyed things, and their only purpose was to spread destruction and destruction to every inch of space that they stepped into. Although I don't know what kind of madness is going on in this world, I think it's best for us to go and help out first. Hui moved his wrist. The barrier had blocked the advance of the army of manifestations. A considerable portion of the manifestations had already circled around and stepped onto the coastal city, and there were even larger manifestations behind them. After a while, the coastal city would really become a tin surrounded by squirming white shadows. It doesn't seem good to just let them land like this. Do as you wish. Yun Nuashing tied the noisy rugby ball with hundreds of layers of chains of order and let it float beside him. After that, he pulled out the Netherworld ruins, sword, and gestured at the city twice. While he was thinking about whether he should just get rid of the coastal city along with the manifestations, he replied, We have killed so many manifestations that we don't know how many more of them we've killed. It doesn't matter if there's one more on the scale of a world. Why don't we just cut it down with a single slash? Hui was speechless. This guy had inadvertently said what was on his mind. Listening to what he said, it sounded like he was having a fit. The coastal city appeared to be unscathed. The most damage caused by the surging waves and the monster siege was that the outermost platform and the dozens of fishing boats that were anchored there were smashed into smithereens. All of them were destroyed by energy blasts and various natural impacts. Before Yun Nuashing could cover them with shields, they had already been smashed clean. At the moment, the part of the coastal city that extended into the ocean was where the soldiers and forces of the entire coastal city gathered. Then, half of the people were in a daze. They looked at the energy stones that were already packed full, at the white shadow monsters that covered the sky. They held the weapons in their hands and posed in the air as if they were brave and fearless. However, that did not change the fact that they could not hit the monsters outside through the energy barrier, and so they were forced to do nothing. Maybe it would look good and boost the morale of the others or something. A rift suddenly opened up in the ocean. Huge whirlpools appeared on both sides of the rift, digging out a large part of the ocean. The mountain peaks that were only a few dozen miles high suddenly sank into the water with a rumble. However, not many people were paying attention to the faraway movement. At the moment, the eyes of every living being in the coastal city were focused on the white shadow that covered half of the barrier. No one even knew that the barrier had inadvertently collapsed once just now. Huge energy stones that were not usually placed there appeared on many tall buildings in the city. Several people surrounded the energy stones, and every energy attack turned into a torrent that swept towards the sky. The counterattack of the entire coastal city set off a rain of energy here. The once peaceful and comfortable coastal city instantly became a fortress filled with the aura of war and killing. Yun Nuashing and Hui stood in the air and watched the battle. Hui pointed with a finger. An energy barrier that had been defending for more than 10 minutes surged with a powerful counterattack, sending all the manifestations that were stuck to their barrier flying. The 1,000-feet-long sea monster was wiped out with a light flick of his finger, and the remaining manifestations all gathered at the bottom of the barrier. All the counterattack energy of the coastal city was instantly directed towards the shore at the bottom of the barrier. Those platforms were already filled with countless defensive forces. Now that they saw the manifestations all gathered here, the group of soldiers guarding the platforms were abnormally excited. Their short and medium-range weapons could finally be put to use. In an instant, the defenses on both sides exploded with their strongest attacks, causing the entire coast to boil. The violent tremors once again resounded through the sky. Accompanied by a dull tremor, the other broken mountain peaks finally broke through the wind and crashed into the barrier, smashing the manifestations that were in front of them into pancakes stuck to the barrier. They were then sent flying by the energy from within the barrier. They did not suffer much damage, but it would probably leave a lot of psychological trauma. Oh, they even had their brains burned out. So where did the psychological trauma come from? Suddenly, a loud sound of rolling waves reverberated between heaven and earth. Yun Nuashing and Hui suddenly turned their gazes. They sensed that multiple manifestations with great power were rapidly forming. In just a moment, the several vortexes that occupied a large area of the ocean suddenly had huge, strange life forms emerging from them. The two of them could not help but clap their hands when they saw the 10,000-feet-sized creatures. Familiar size, familiar to the point that they did not know what they looked like, and there was an internal scent. They had just said that without the large-scale manifestations, they felt that something was missing. The power of this world is still able to deal with the manifestations that are of the same level as them. Those smaller ones, and the ones that just pressed against the barrier, if it was not for the fact that they did not have time to prepare anything, they should be able to take it on by themselves. We stared at the two 10,000-feet-sized abyssal death, mist manifestations, and pondered for a moment. But they should not be able to deal with this big one. The forces of Coastal City are mostly defensive forces, much weaker than the forces in the Desert Sea. If they were to sail over, they should still be able to take out these two big ones. But the chaos in the Desert Sea is no less than that in Coastal City. Just the movement of the earth alone has caused them to fall into panic, and now they have no time to care for themselves. How would they have the mind to help Coastal City? Yun Nuashing shook her head. There were too many people gathered in the desert sea just now, and a violent movement had sunk many of the desert sea ships into the sea of the world. The two strange life forms floating in the air quickly attracted the attention of the two big ones in the sea, and those two completely unrecognizable creatures locked their eyes on the two of them. Their huge bodies quickly crossed a section of the ocean that separated Coastal City from them, and raised what looked like tentacles or appendages to slap on the energy barrier. When they opened their mouths to roar, they spat out black seawater, and the faces of countless people in Coastal City turned black. These guys are really wicked. Disgusting. Boom! A dark red torrent of energy suddenly erupted in the city, and after a burst of energy as strong as the sun, a huge hole was dug out in the space and the sea in front of them. The two 10,000 feet tall creatures only had time to spit out once before they were instantly annihilated, and countless manifestations were almost annihilated. Only 100 or 200 manifestations were still charging at the barrier fearlessly. The counterattack of the entire city just now was like pouring water, splashing out waves after waves of energy impact. Now almost all of the enemies were suddenly wiped out, and most of the energy stones were stunned. Only a portion of the energy stones that could accurately hit the enemies were still spitting out their anger, and the entire Coastal City had also cooled down by half due to this sudden scene. The brainless guys have angered a lunatic. We could not help but sigh and shake his head. Spitting on his barrier, wasn't that the same as spitting on his face? He hurriedly suppressed the thought. Maple had almost noticed his impolite thoughts, and if he thought about it for one more second, a thunderbolt would come smashing down on his face. The sporadic battles quickly ended, and the frenzied Coastal City gradually calmed down within a few minutes. As the group of white silhouettes disappeared, everyone noticed that the Coastal City's barrier, which had been standing tall in the sky just a moment ago, suddenly shook a little. Then it faded little by little, and finally disappeared into nothingness. The seawater that had been thrown into the sky and turned into raindrops sprinkled evenly over the Coastal City, causing quite a few people to raise their heads, their faces still showing traces of fear and shock. Everything had started and ended too quickly. Even now, there were still some people who had not completely reacted and did not know what had happened before everything returned to normal. The occasional echoes between heaven and earth, as well as the sound of raging waves crashing in the sea, caused the people who had just relaxed a little to tense up again. They subconsciously raised their weapons and controlled their energy stones, but when they raised their heads, they could only see the rolling waves on the other side of the sea. They did not see those white silhouettes of monsters anymore, and if they listened carefully, they would discover that the source of the commotion seemed to be coming from the horizon, as if from the direction of the other Coastal City. Phone. I'm afraid we won't be able to help the people in other places in time. Hui patted Yun Nuashing on the shoulder. The most important thing now is to stop the source of this chaos, that half of the world's consciousness refuses to say anything, but we can use it to find the closest place between this world and it. Only by suppressing the world's consciousness can we suppress this riot. In the sea of the world, Yun Nuashing's direct response stunned Hui for a moment, and he did not recover from his shock. He then heard the former say, "It mentioned this sea, not the sea of sand, but the sea of the world. But no matter what, it would not tell me the specific location, as if telling me a big place was just to play a trick on me." Hui was stunned for a moment and scratched his cheek. It was like telling him a certain place was located in a certain world's light cluster, a certain galaxy group, or a certain place in the realm of the gods. If the last detailed location was thrown away and it was just a certain world's light cluster or a certain galaxy, or simply throwing the 3 words, realm of the gods, on the face of someone who was unfamiliar with that place, he believed that that person would quickly go crazy. If they had the ability, they would probably want to capture him and chop him up. Looking at Yun Nuashing's depressed and angry look, this was probably the situation. Just as Hui was thinking carefully about what to do with his arms crossed, he suddenly saw Yun Nuashing lifting the rugby ball in front of her. She took a deep breath, pulled the chains wrapped around the ball, and swung it in front of her. The afterimage condensed into a large windmill about 10 feet in size, and all the rain falling from the sky was blown away. There was no rain within 100 meters of the ball. The rugby ball flashed wildly, and it seemed to be saying something, but it was tied up by the chains, so it couldn't even make a sound. Phone, forget it. Listen to what it's saying. Hui hurriedly pressed Yun Nuashing down. Seeing that she stopped, he quickly grabbed the rugby ball and waved his hand to temporarily remove the suppression of the order on it. In an instant, an earth-shattering scream burst out from the rugby ball. Fight your mother. Hui quickly tied it up tightly and, even nimbly, added a ton of energy seal on it. He patted Feng's shoulder and said, "Buddy, use all your strength. Don't show any mercy." Suddenly, a bright white windmill about 10,000 feet in size covered the sky above Seaside City like a canopy. The whistling wind startled countless people. Although they didn't know what that bright white thing was, the dark red power just now seemed to be coming from the center of the windmill. In the emergency and life or death situation, just now, no one would care about what the mysterious thing in the sky that saved them was. There were still many things to deal with now. The world sea ring hadn't completely calmed down yet, so they couldn't let their guard down. Feng Ling, is that you? When Yun Nuashing was teaching the carrier of the world's consciousness a lesson, she suddenly heard a slightly familiar voice calling out to her. As she turned the windmill in her hand, she slowly turned her head and saw a few people on a roof more than 20 meters away looking at her. Among them, a golden-eyed teenager was surprised. Standing beside him were the people that Yun Nuashing saw that day. She didn't expect that she would run back to the starting point of this world after randomly finding a seaside city. Yun Nuashing and Hui looked at each other, and many thoughts flashed through their minds. The former even forgot about enlightening a certain world's consciousness. The two of them flashed and appeared in front of the teenager, surnamed Qian. One on the left and one on the right, they pressed down on his shoulders and said, "The situation is urgent. Come with us." The teenager shuddered from the pat. 2 minutes later, in Seaside City, where a great battle had just ended, a fishing boat with a broken mast suddenly broke through the waves and headed for the depths of the world sea. The charred hull, the deck with several large holes, and the sides that were still leaking. Only heaven knows how the boat survived. Now, the fishing boat that was about to disintegrate was being forcefully pieced together by Yun Nuashing and Hui with energy and rushing towards the world sea ring. The oncoming wind and waves slapped the faces of the few people on the boat, leaving them all dumbfounded. They couldn't remember what happened in between, and by the time they recovered, they were already out of the boat and rushing towards the world sea ring at full speed against the wind and rain. "You still haven't told us where we're going." Whoosh! Feng Ling, it's about time you tell us, right? With one hand, the young man held onto the remaining section of the mast to prevent himself from being thrown out. With the other hand, he wiped away the salty sea rain that hit his face. Looking at the darkening sea ahead, he was filled with horror. In just 5 minutes, the ship had experienced up and down surfing, rolling sideways, diving and rising into the air. It even went against the waves and did a 360-degree backflip. It made his stomach churn, and his heart almost jumped into his stomach. He didn't know if it was because of the shock or because of the turbulence. "We're going to a place in the world sea ring." Yun Nuashing turned to look at the ragged appearance of the teenager and the others. It was only then that she remembered to hold up an energy barrier to block the wind and rain, and reinforce the hull of the boat once more before saying, "We're going to resolve some issues." Going to the distant seas at the critical juncture of the world sea ring's calamity. The teenager's face was pale with fright. Threats from the deep and distant seas. Although we don't know what's going to happen, we definitely can't go near the world sea ring at this time. This was the only useful information summed up over the countless years of the calamity. Today was the first time they saw the calamity itself. They thought that seaside city would instantly turn into a shattered coast. But with the help of the two people in front of them, they somehow managed to hold on. Now that they suddenly set sail and rushed into the distant seas, he felt that everything was happening too quickly. Whoosh! Before the teenager could let his imagination run wild, he saw a huge thing suddenly rise from the surface of the sea. The huge body carried a faint white shadow, and they could barely make out that it was a physical existence. It seemed to be some huge sea monster from the distant seas. That sea monster was probably over 10,000 feet tall, and they didn't know if it came out of the sea to stretch or what. In any case, it just happened to appear right in front of the boat, and the tattered boat just happened to crash into it. The impact drilled a hole several hundred feet wide, and the remains of that sea monster and its green blood spilled over the sea, mixing with the sea rain that fell from the sky and splashing waves on the sea. Everyone, what the hell? There's no time to say more. We have to resolve the root of this calamity. Listen, this world has gone mad. It's more serious than you think. There's a lot I can't explain to you in time. But if you want to talk about it later, we can make a pot of tea and sit down to chat. Now, quickly bring us to that place. Yun Nuashing turned around and shouted anxiously at everyone. Young Qian's mind was in a mess, and he listened in a mess. His face was full of shock and fear. So where are we going? Yun Nuashing felt that the roots of her teeth were a little itchy. I don't know either. You don't know, but you rushed out with the boat. Everyone was shocked. I don't know, but you definitely know. Yun Nuashing's face was wet, and no one knew whether it was sweat or rainwater that had just fallen on her face. There's a place called the Surging Area inland, and there's a similar place around the World Sea, but I don't know what it's called. If you know, bring us to that place, the most dangerous place. Quick! Chapter 1506. The Black Sea rolled up waves that were tens of thousands of feet high, as if they were going to smash down the sun, moon, and stars in the starry sky. The huge waves formed a shock wave that was visible to the naked eye and scattered the sea. A tattered ship crashed into the waves at a speed that was completely inconsistent with its appearance, leaving a large amount of white foam behind as it rushed into the distance of the Black Sea. The ship was surging with an astonishing amount of energy. Wherever it passed by, the Black Sea and the lives under the Black Sea would all be silent like cicadas in winter. The white foam floating on the Black Sea was like a twisted crack all over the surface of the sea. This sea was originally a quiet cradle of life, but today it was exceptionally violent. The existence of some kind of power made it difficult to calm down. The waves and the storm were just a phenomenon caused by it venting its power. Along the way, the wind and waves rolled up the energy storm. The rough sailing method made the teenager, Uncle Zhao, and the others experience various forms of tossing motion on the ship. It was not much easier than the football that was turned into a big windmill. The teenager had to grit his teeth and endure the strange stomach and the dizziness from his brain that was about to go on strike to show Yun Nuashing and the others the way. They wanted to show that they were frightened, but the swaying situation gave them no time to be frightened. All the strength in their body was poured into their hands and feet. If they could not hold on to the mast, they might be thrown into the sea in the next second, and then pressed into the deep sea by the huge waves to dance with those strange life forms. Yun Nuashing's words just now scared the teenager and the others. Their minds were a little blank, but as just said, there was no time to be frightened. In the midst of the panic, the group accurately pointed out the correct route for Yun Nuashing. The group quickly sailed into the distance of the Black Sea. We monitored the movement of the sea and the energy of this world, and at the same time used energy to protect this group of people. The world's consciousness seemed to have finally been enlightened and used its own power and the power of the rules to suppress them. However, it was just a very young consciousness. Its power was too weak and they were too strong, so it only wanted to protect the teenager and the others. Is this the right direction? We're driving a little fast. Can you still point the way accurately? Yun Nuashing pressed the youth down and asked him to look at the ocean, quickly. Yun Nuashing had just finished vomiting by the side. Now that he saw the turbulent black sea that was like a rolling mountain, his stomach made a dull sound again. He forcibly resisted the urge to vomit 1,000 miles and used his own method to identify the direction. Yun Nuashing had no idea how he could identify the direction in this dark sea where there were no islands or other things. Even the sun was sick and had become dim. After a long while, the youth nodded. He looked at Yun Nuashing, his face turning green as he said, "That's right. Luoyang is the center of the Black Sea. It's the main place where the Black Seas gather. I can only think of this place, but I've never been there before, so I don't know. Ugh, are you going there?" When he first heard that Yun Nuashing and the others were heading towards the most dangerous place in the surging zone, the youth thought that Yun Nuashing and the others had gone crazy. But now it seemed that they were not only crazy, they might even be a little crazy. They were the only ones in the entire world who could drive such a large fishing boat into a speedboat. Not long after, Yun Nuashing and the others arrived at the Luoyang Black Sea, which was said to be the center of all the Black Seas in this large sea area. He had just raised his hand when he violently stopped the boat. The entire silver-white boat was now covered in scars. After the forced stop, it made a strange, creaking sound. The youth was thrown onto the deck by the sudden stop. Suddenly, he saw a piece of metal protruding from the ground next to his hand with a bang. His face, which was already green, turned pale with fright. Vortex! Hui stood straight and looked at the scene in front of him. He could not help but exclaim. There were 2 vortexes in the sea and the sky. The edge of the crimson vortex was close to the surface of the sea, with the tip pointing high to the sky. There was another vortex under the sea, dragging the Black Sea to the bottom of the sea. The edges of the 2 vortexes were almost overlapping, and even the direction of rotation was the same. I didn't see this just now. Huey's eyes flashed. Without saying a word, he suddenly rushed back in the direction he came from. The youth and the others were stunned. Yun Nuashing knew what he was going to do. Such an obvious energy vortex. The bottom of the vortex was probably thousands of miles wide, and the top of the vortex was at least thousands of miles high. Even if the Black Sea was unusually chaotic at the moment and it was difficult to see anything, the crimson color was unusually conspicuous. It was impossible to miss it. Hui came back in a few seconds. He landed in front of Yun Nuashing and said, "We came too fast. We didn't notice that we had just passed through a layer of enchantment. Did you notice that the sea has become very calm here?" Yun Nuashing was a little stunned. Indeed, if he did not mention it, he would not have known that the Black Sea, which was still raging with storms and waves, was now as calm as a lake that had been settled for thousands of years. The sky was still dark, and there was no wind or rain. Only the 2 huge vortexes were the only moving things in the space. After arriving here, all the energy reactions and movements had calmed down. However, they did not feel peaceful. There was still energy surging in the dark. However, compared to the chaotic energy smashing like a storm behind them, this place was really very peaceful. The huge crimson energy vortex gathered all the energy in this space and sent it to a layer of space above. The energy vortex lurking under the sea was the same. The energy they sent was also sent to the 2 spaces. We have seen this place from afar, but we still can't see. It's so different. The youth stood up straight on the boat. Looking at the shocking scene in front of him, he could not help but take a deep breath. My God, what is this? A special place. Yun Nuashing squatted down on the surface of the sea and probed with his hand into the water for a while. Then he said, "This area is gathering energy. A huge suction force is sucking the seawater that is filled with huge amounts of energy into this area. The Black Sea vortex is formed because of this mysterious area?" The youth exclaimed. Yun Nuashing shook his hand and was about to stand up when he suddenly heard Hui exclaim, "Fong! There's something wrong with the rugby ball." Yun Nuashing grabbed the elliptical sphere that was bound by the chains of order and the seal with one hand and pulled it in front of him. Looking at the way it flashed crazily, he knew that it should be greeting him and his family. Unfortunately, other than himself, no one else greeted it. Ahem, there were signs of energy surging on it. It seemed that it was subconsciously absorbing energy after coming to this area. The smooth surface even had the severed tentacles and tendons that were cut off, as if it was going to turn back into a sarcoma. Casually, he set up an energy sealing circle in the sky. The light of the rugby ball instantly dimmed several times, and the things on its surface stopped growing. However, he could still vaguely sense that there was a weak energy connection between the ball and the space. It pointed straight to the bottom of the sea, the bottom of the whirlpool. There seemed to be something there. "Stay on the boat and don't move." Yun Nuashing turned to the youth and said, "Let us take the rest of the way. You guys wait here." After that, he took a deep breath and plunged into the sea. Hui jumped out of the boat and jumped into the sea, leaving the youth and the others looking at each other with nothing to do. In this ink-black sea and vortex, there was almost no other color. The energy that Yun Nuashing and Hui used to illuminate could only illuminate a distance of about 200 meters. Beyond that, it was a blur. Looking at the black sea rolling and flowing in front of him, Yun Nuashing felt that something flashed in front of him, but he also knew that it was just an illusion. Hui threw out energy barriers as he walked. Every time he threw one, he would rub it on the rugby ball and add a 2-centimeter thick rune seal to ensure that it would not be strengthened as it got closer to the place where it was suspected to be born. In the end, it would cause them unexpected trouble. "Oh!" Yun Nuashing suddenly made a sound of disgust and surprise. Hui stopped when he heard the sound. Suddenly, he felt a strong abyssal death mist coming from below, which made him slightly focused. He threw a ball of golden energy light down. As it sank, the golden light seemed to illuminate the corners of something, but the range was too small to see clearly. When the ball of light sank deep enough, Hui made it suddenly expand. The bright golden light was like a sun blowing away the clouds and suddenly exposed in front of them. The entire scene of the sea bottom was clearly illuminated. Yun Nuashing spat out a few bubbles when he saw the thing below. His shocked expression quickly disappeared and turned into contemplation. It was a black tree. If it was just a tree, Yun Nuashing's expression would not have changed. However, he had seen the tree once. 100 million years ago, when he was fighting with Chong Kong and the others, the latter took out such a tree at the last moment. Even after 100 million years, he did not remember wrongly. At that time, he was a little curious and a little regretful that he destroyed it. He did not expect to see the same thing in this distant place after 100 million years. Hui did not know this question. He was just looking at the tree with a normal gaze. Something like an energy carrier, a carrier of rules, and a carrier of consciousness. Plus the reaction of this rugby ball. Feng, this tree is most likely something that the world's consciousness made to affect the space in the real world. Yun Nuashing nodded and waved his hand as he approached the tree. Hui turned to look at the behemoth in front of him as he followed. It was a tree, standing on the bottom of the sea, emitting a dim black light, which offset part of his golden light. Its leaves ignored all factors in the water and pointed vertically downwards. The trunk was engraved with black energy runes. If he was not mistaken, there were also such energy runes on the branches and leaves. It seemed that it was because of these runes that it could continuously absorb energy. Speaking of energy, the bottom of the vortex was connected to the crimson leaf at the top of the tree. This was the only leaf on the entire tree that pointed vertically upwards. The leaf carried a huge amount of power of rules, which gave him the illusion that he was looking at a world of light. After swimming a few laps around the tree, Yun Nuashing stopped at the place where he had just landed. He looked at Hui, who had finished his inspection on the other side, and asked, "How's the situation on your side?" "I didn't trigger anything." Hui shrugged. "Although I'm sure that this is probably what we're looking for, the main carrier of the world's consciousness and the physical space. I don't think there's a second one. But how to get in touch with it? how to communicate with it, how to get into its space of consciousness. Well, I'm at my wit's end. I've tried all the usual means, and even loosened a pine branch for it. I'm just about to catalyze it to see what it'll look like. Yun Nuashing was speechless. Ahem, if the usual means don't work, then let's try a special way. Yun Nuashing grabbed the rugby ball in front of him and pondered for a moment. Wait a minute, you're not going to connect with the world's consciousness behind this tree through this crazy rugby ball, are you? Hui slapped Yun Nuashing on the shoulder. The tacit understanding between the two of them had reached the point where they almost understood everything. It's very dangerous. If we encounter any trouble, we'll even be affected by the existence of this transit station. I'm afraid we won't be able to exert 100% of our strength. It's just a newborn world's consciousness. What are you afraid of? Yun Nuashing glared at him. Although it's a strange thing created by the abyss death mist, it's just a newborn consciousness that's a little more developed than the consciousness of chaos. You're in the Yuansha realm, and are you worried that we can't deal with it? We thought about it carefully and felt that it was true. He did not object to anything and quickly unsealed the rugby ball. Then he put layers of divine runes on the two of them. Finally, he pulled Yun Nuashing's hair and wrapped it around his hand. Then he pressed Yun Nuashing's head with both hands. Come on, I'm ready. Yun Nuashing was speechless. Hey, I'll kill you, okay? Although physical contact was required to bring a person to connect with another consciousness. But this posture, this guy was probably planning to connect physically? Yun Nuashing took the joking guardian off his head and knocked him on the head. Then he pinched him with one of his hands and pressed it against the rugby ball whose seal had been completely unsealed. Then he pressed it against the trunk of the tree. You're a rude and cruel sadist. Don't come over. A slightly violent sound echoed in his spiritual sea. Yun Nuashing felt that it was probably because he was a little rough when he brought people in. Anyway, he would not die, so it did not matter. After his spiritual sea went through a period of darkness and a tremor, Yun Nuashing could sense something. He quickly mobilized his spiritual power, and everything in his sight quickly turned into shapes in his perception. Before he could see what was going on, he heard a panicked scream, as if he was going to be caught and dissected and executed in the next second. Don't go over. It's over. They're coming. They're coming in. They're coming in. It's over. It's over. That flat-chested, violent maniac broke into this place. We're going to die. It's all your fault for not putting up a good defense and getting caught. Eat sh*t and yen. And how much time did I buy for you? You idiot. You didn't properly hide and defend the barrier. And you're still blaming me. Well, to be specific, there were two voices, and it sounded like they were arguing with each other. The continuous shouting made Yun Nuashing's ears itch. He picked his ears and looked around. Huey's figure emerged from his body and landed in this space. It did not take much effort for him to see the scene in front of him clearly. It was a sea of stars, a boundless sea formed by a black star field. The calm sea did not have any waves, but there were lights of various colors flashing in the sea. Each light in the sea represented a star. When he reached out his hand, he could touch the sea water of the star field. It was slightly cold and heavy, as if it gathered the weight of the star field. Phone, look up. When Yun Nuashing heard that, he shook his hand and looked up. He was stunned for a moment. He saw a huge black sun about 1,000,000 miles long hanging above his head, hanging above the sea of stars. Next to it, there was another black sun that was about 1/10 of its size orbiting around it. The two stars were trembling at this moment, and they looked unstable. A slightly irritable aura came from the small black sun. Yun Nua planet seemed to suddenly understand why the star field outside was so simple and crude. It turned out that they had saved the energy to create the starry sky to shape their spirit and consciousness world, ignoring this slightly strange and, I don't know how to describe it, The development of this world's consciousness was not bad. It already had such a huge formed object, but it still could not escape the fact that they were still a newborn consciousness. These two fellows are so noisy. We could not help but pick his ears. When they were sizing up this space, they did not know whether it was a spiritual or conscious space. The two sons quarreled nonstop. The big one should be the main consciousness of this world, and the small one was probably the rugby ball. The latter was obviously rougher and more violent. A few words could make the big one's face turn red. They had never heard of a black sun turning red from suffocation, and it was really red. They could clearly see the big red spot lighting up. It had been more than 10 minutes, and the small one did not repeat many words. It probably had not stopped since it was sealed by Yun Nuashing and the others. It was still quarreling now. It was really angry. Damn it, it was so noisy, Yun Nuashing and Hui looked at each other and floated up from the star domain sea. At this time, the small guy was even more irritable. He started to spin around the big guy rapidly. After about 10 seconds, he spun around the big guy. The big guy was almost deformed by such power. Fight your mother! Finally, it ended with a violent roar. Yun Nuashing's veins were bulging. He seized the moment when the small one swayed in front of him and threw a heavy punch. You are so King Noisy. The short man crashed into the big man with a bang, but he didn't crash into him. In an instant, the curses that resounded throughout the entire spiritual and consciousness space disappeared instantly. Then Yun Nuashing noticed that two things similar to lines of sight converged on him. The two sons' faces turned pale. What the CK? When did you appear here? I've been here, listening to you curse, for 20 minutes. Yun Nuashing had a crazy expression on her face. She clenched her fists so hard that it made one's teeth ache. She ignored Huey's muttering behind her. It's only been 17 minutes. She said softly to the two balls, If you don't quiet down, I will make you physically silent. The effect was immediate. The two black suns fell silent. The small one had just climbed up from the big one. After thinking for a while, it stuck close to the big one and trembled nonstop. It knew that even if its cursing ability was maxed out, it would not be able to beat Yun Nuashing, who had maxed out all kinds of strength. Now that the real body of Yun Nuashing was in front of it, and she even gave it a punch half a minute ago, it was a little scared now. Well, I've finally found you. Let's talk. Yun Nuashing continued to stretch her fingers. Suddenly, she smiled sweetly, bright and charming. But before that, let's settle the score first. Hey, Big Shrimp. Warrior, please wait. Listen to me. There must be a misunderstanding between us. The big one's deep voice quickly sounded. Hearing this, the small one also mustered up his courage and chimed in. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding, sister. Yun Nuashing stared at them with a faint smile. However, when she thought of the urgency of the moment, she did not say any more nonsense. Forget it. Let's not waste time. You don't need me to tell you what I want to do here, right? The two sons looked at each other. Although there was no way to see the blank expression on the two balls' faces, he could still feel two blank thoughts. Well, you should make it clearer. Make it clearer. The small one muttered. Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched. She took a deep breath and said, Surrender or die. Choose one of the two. This is an emergency. I don't need your answer. Of course, if you don't answer, it means that you have chosen the latter. Then, I will send you on your way. Now, I will give you 10 seconds to consider. The two balls were silent. The small sun suddenly jumped out. Hello, beautiful sister. Even you can't tell that we're mentally strong. I think you're asking for a beating. Oh, a newborn consciousness can't tell. Forget it. Yun Nuashing's face darkened for a moment. Suddenly, she understood, and her expression returned to normal. However, the small sun was so scared that it trembled so hard that wrinkles almost appeared on its face. Cough, cough. Let me say it. The big sun pulled the small sun behind it in an unknown way. It stared at Yin Nuashing and thought for a moment. Then it carefully said, "Actually, we're too short of two." "What too short of two?" The small sun jumped out restlessly again. It spewed out a black flame and pointed downwards. "Actually, there are two members down there, fighting." Yun Nuashing and Hui were stunned. "Huh,